Hey Cliff, finally got everything bloody going. I had to start the stream from the laptop, so just give me a sec, I've got to put that away. Because I've got the fallback screen and that on it now, so if it drops out, the fallback screen comes on, and when the signal comes back, the show comes back, you know what I mean? So just let me put this away. Because I've got to go and get some tomato. Gotta go and get some fuel too on the way. Let's turn this laptop off, put it in its cover. There we go. Tried to start it from my phone, but you got to log into the fallback screen first to do it. Otherwise the screen doesn't go on the fallback screen for some reason. This is the first time I've used this fallback screen. Let's turn this off. I'm bloody hot. Yes. Okay. Petrol, and then we're a few hours driving or whatever. We're probably up round Clown or Noosa or whatever. And I can't fit no more in my car. Like I got a reversing camera. Like I got dark tinted windows too. People can't see what I got in the car. Oh, I got a lot of camping stuff.
Happy birthday to Mr. Christmas.
Happy birthday to Mr. Christmas.
Table with the sign. Right. And Russ says, wish I was 70 again. Of course, Russ is referring to a story Bill covered today about people who went to a picnic place. I don't know where. I didn't see the story anywhere where they barred a table from 7 o'clock in the morning to use at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. What happened to the old days where didn't you usually send the dad or the granddad to go and sit at the table and wait for everybody to come with the food and all the goodies? Yeah, you can't be doing that. You can't bar a table from 7 o'clock.
And I don't know what the signal's like all the way up there either, Cliff.
I think you should expect that a reservation at a table is kept for you if you're more than 15 or 20 minutes late for it. Should be able to be given to someone.
Welcome, buddy. Yeah, I'll be on probably quite a few hours today, so check back anytime you like.
Hey, I'm very well. Nice to talk to you today.
A lot of driving today.
I just want to give a bit of a shout out.
Don't know whether I'm going to get a motel or I'll just sleep in the car or...
We lost our little girl.
I've got to be there by 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, so it's about a 10-hour drive. It's going to take me more 10 because I'm going to stop every couple of hours. Got to get fuel every couple of hours. I think it's 185.9 Oak Strathpine somewhere, Springdale.
So lovely. What was
it's actually about the same price in Bunderberg.
I hold the memories of Samantha Jane dear, and on this day you also celebrate that you've survived 29 years of a wedding, which we all know is quite a feat. I am also.
I've got the receiver mic.
I'm about to turn to the 30th
hardwired
year, actually,
into
my
power.
30th wedding anniversary at the
I've
end
got
of the
two of
year,
these,
so
and they last supposed to last 7 hours each, about 14 hours.
Alongside your gorgeous little
But I
girl.
can hardwire that one
Excellent.
too.
Thank you very much.
You are very welcome.
But it's going to be on a low voltage
We
charge,
will
not a
return
high
with
voltage
finance
charge.
in just a moment, but before we get into finance today, I just wanted to mention that yesterday we talked about the outstanding.
Got my phone's on high voltage charge, going off the power bank.
And
Everything's running off the power bank, except for the batteries.
Queensland was at the top of the list.
It can if it wants.
$36 million outstanding. So yesterday we did put in a couple of questions to Queensland Health about the recovery of that outstanding
bag and just plug it straight into the
I'll share that with
huge
you
power
after the
bank.
break. It's 17
Power bank on
minutes to
steroids.
When you have an active day ahead, you don't want your joints to slow you down.
Yeah, I'm going to take it easy too because of these wet roads.
Try the new concentrated curcumin range from
Wet
Heartland,
roads.
including the concentrated curcumin 1 a day. A convenient
Rolling. I didn't know how I've got so much stuff in here, eh?
of the turmeric spice, anti-inflammatory action, and
Really
curcumin range contains
I couldn't fit the camping bed I had, so I had to go and buy another compact looking thing.
absorption to help you stay active.
And up there's like a self-blowing up mattress that goes on top of it.
Exciting news at Cherry North Place.
Some foam
Pick up the Tiggo 7 Pro
mattress
starting
thing.
from $36,990.
That was like $1.99.
Right, only $36,990. Race into Cherry North Lakes, the home of Cherry on the north side.
I haven't had a cup of coffee for like a week and a half.
Welcome aboard. We kindly ask all passengers to fasten their seatbelts. Preparing for departure.
Dad!
Recline with 3 rows of comfort. Indulge in seamless, convenient tech, and let a 5-star and
Didn't think I had so much bloody camera equipment. I've got 3 bags of camera equipment.
Visit your local Hyundai dealer today to discover more. The Hyundai Palisade Luxury SUV. Welcome.
Oh,
to
my other
first
camera
class.
came too.
Imagine that. Hyundai.
Just picked it up.
Now at Harvey Norman, get 36
I'm just waiting for a 10-metre cord.
mobiles and computers.
So when I work on the car, I can just have one camera and I can just walk around the car with it if I wanted to and leave the live view in the car. Or if I want to work under the car or something.
Gift card for every $500 you spend on interest-free mobile and computer purchases.
Got a bunch of different mounts with that new old Sony cameras. One of them was actually a brand new one. It hadn't been unopened since like 2012.
Plus bonus gift card up to $400 now at Harvey Norman.
Discover the real.
It's always good to have a spare one of them anyway.
The pioneers of small
they keep their value.
On our iconic 10-night Kimberley cruise.
Until Sony or someone brings out a new one. Because I reckon these old Sony ones are better than the GoPros.
On Coral Expeditions purpose-built ships. Explore now and enjoy the waterfall season and great savings. CoralExpeditions.com. The best in the kingdom for 30 years.
Universities thinking because what matters to us? Medical research, cures and better treatments, crops that survive droughts, more doctors and nurses to take care of us in later life. Because we need affordable energy and housing, healthier coronas, safer cars, cleaner water, mind and more ways universities benefit us. Visit universitiesmatter.edu.au.
Quick. There's 2 settings, a small setting and a max setting. Max setting turns the air conditioning on.
On 882 4BC.
Right, so just following up on that story about the $36 million in outstanding debts to the Queensland government from hotel quarantine facilities. That was out of a total of $255 million in fees that were incurred by people having to stay and pay for their own quarantine after it got passed.
Got me a little watermark up there too in the top corner.
Becoming a state problem. There was a Queensland Health spokesperson who got back to us yesterday who said the invoices not only
I didn't put any videos up there.
Accommodation costs, but also the bills that people racked up for additional things like linen and laundry and meals. And they said that the government had said since recouped 219 of the $255 million through either payments, waivers or write-offs. They also said $44 million have been waived for people who are facing We now know that in Queensland, payment plans are currently being offered to people who aren't in a position to be able to pay it outright in full. The Queensland government has told us they are not going down, nor will they have the ability to refer any of the debts to Spur because the debts are fees, they're not fines or penalties. They say that it does not mean that we will not continue to chase the outstanding invoices. The debt remains outstanding under the terms of the Public Health Act of 2005. They said we are actively pursuing all outstanding invoices where a waiver
there you go, it works.
is not granted. So I will continue to watch this.
I probably could make a better fallout screen saying signals dropped out, please stand by, we'll come back, robots will come back. Well, that's the sign I got on my car. I haven't got it on now, the magnetic ones. Please, but it doesn't have subscribe.
I'm very well, thank you. One of the stories I wanted to ask you about today was that the ACTU, the Australian Council of Trade Unions, is pushing for 5% when it comes to an increase on minimum wage in the upcoming annual wage review. They're arguing that an inflation...
What's up to Mr. Roach?
...can be afforded by...
What's happening in the roach world? Anyone sipping to the roaches? EBZ's still around. I gotta talk about something.
Because yesterday there is record-breaking profits for those in some sectors. So if we look at particularly materials, so mining,
15 minutes away from here. About the cheapest in Brisbane, 85,
some
like
parts of the
9.
financial services sector that's doing
Aussie dollars
better than pre-COVID levels. But overall, if you have a look at the margins, they're either slightly lower or
weather been raining like anything constantly.
Costs of most firms is
the last 2 days
than it was regarding.
Lucky I packed most of the stuff in my car, but
so
I had to.
It's a little bit, in my view, selective.
Had a bit of a sleep in.
I completely understand
a bit sick.
why she would be arguing this, and again, it's in her members' interest.
Just over like 10 days, so
but
I'm over that now pretty much. I've just got a bit of fucking,
it is not
a
full
bit of fatigue.
And there is a lot more to it than just saying,
from doing so much, preparing and shit, well, I should be resting.
It's not that simple. In fact, it's
but it had to be done because I'm not missing out.
But this wage push, if it happens in
spend
one
enough money
area
getting up,
from one union,
what, paying for the thing and getting up there.
It can happen in other areas and with other.
It's probably going to cost me like, I think I've already spent like $800, $900 on tickets and campsites and stuff like that. So probably another $300 on fuel, get there and back. Probably about 4 tanks, maybe. Each tank's maybe $120, maybe 400. So we'll see. I've got drinks, I've got my own coffee machine, I don't have to buy all that sort of stuff, but my own ice maker, got power, camp spot there. But the whole town so it's right in the middle. Yeah, I got 2. Bloody Fallout screen again. Yeah, I switched all things to 4G. So the phone's 4G there, 4G. I might position these momes a bit better. I've got my live view sitting up higher too. So I've got over 10,000 bit rate. Now I have. But dropping out, not dropping out for long. Muck around with the laptop holder a bit more. I can still use it while it's stationary. I just want to have it so I can have my laptop in it, not using it while I'm driving, but in it so when I want to use it, it's float or just quickly open fast. So it's taking it out of the bloody cover I got and sticking it in there. I think I've got to buy another bar off Amazon and mock up a different scenario of mounting it. I'll buy it, going the opposite way. Because it had a tiny bit of shake to it, wobble. That's to be expected. Never mounted anything like that before. These phone mounts are pretty good.
What's so exciting about this next 2 to 3 weeks is that money comes back to you as a shareholder. So yesterday we saw about $18.2 billion of money actually handed back to shareholders physically. It's about 2.8 today, so nowhere near as much. But over the next 2.5 weeks, the total amount will be just over $44.8 billion, just shy of last year's record, which was $45.2 billion in dividends. So again,
that's the first streamer phone I had.
Workers, yes, I understand that.
And it used to overheat like after an hour and a half.
Deliberately handing money back to shareholders because Most shareholders have been very loyal during this period. Most shareholders have put up with a lot of pain over the last period. Yes, the last 12 months have been very strong.
And then I went to that.
It's been quite messy. Before that, there was all sorts of things. So a lot of
I had that like for 3-4 years before I bought that.
Sure that if you are putting capital into them, they want to reward you for that, and that's why that money's coming back to you.
Interesting, Evan, because, and I've said this before and I'll say it again, and I think particularly to many of my listeners this afternoon, we know that there are people who are truly struggling at the moment, and finances are really tough, but we also know that there are many people for whom that have not been affected by a lot of the pressure of cost of living. I was speaking to a friend who works in retail. They've had a bumper weekend in soft furnishings for homewares. The kind of thing where you go, well, that's disposable income.
Just over a quarter of a tank
to go and be buying new cushions and sheets and getting ready for winterising your bedding.
207.9
It's going to be interesting to see what the sales figures in terms of retail look like over this Easter period. There are lots of people who are still going on holidays, so there seems to be just as many people who are riding this current economic
like 3 or 4 servos
storm very well as those that are also really doing it tough, and that seems to just be a wider and wider divide. How are the markets going today?
Down 14 points today to 77.97.
Going up like where the Sunshine Coast beaches are, and there's Big Pineapple,
if you have a job, you
past Steve Irwin Zoo.
Getting exposure to surfing over.
Well, it depends on the way back. I might stop there.
It's one of the best.
Sunshine Coast is Caloundra and Noosa.
So if you do want to feel
they're 2 big beaching areas. And then there's Gympie. I don't know what Gympie's like. Maybe a rural seaside town or something. I don't know what beaches are. I really haven't been anywhere past there.
Now Ash has already got his phone out ready to go. Thanks very much.
So Rockhampton is the next major city up from North Brisbane. Major city north up south from Brisbane is Sydney. That's about a 10-hour drive, 11-hour drive, 1,000 kilometres. I'm doing about 700 kilometres to Bunderberg.
At Brisbane Airport, there's been a crash on Moulton Drive, the northbound on-ramp to the Gateway Motorway. A Clangarray caravan and a truck have crashed on the Bruce Highway northbound just before Anzac Avenue. The left lane is closed, and a breakdown on the Bruce Highway southbound at Alimba.
Can I get all these other cameras mounted?
Traffic leader for BC.
I don't know where I'm going to have that. I've got a little switcher thing. I might even have to touch cameras. Only when I first... 3 of them are going to be permanently mounted in the car, and one's going to be like, obviously the one for the backpack when I take the backpack off.
Yeah, just like combining your home and contents online with Budget Direct.
That fallback screen costs 180 Australian dollars a month. Or 1,050 a year. I'm going to get the year. I just got the month. I should have always just went for the year. It just stops you. If this camera goes off or something, the stream doesn't drop out. Or if you lose signal, the stream just get that fallback screen and then comes back. Like you say.
It's a weather forecast. 9 news at 6.
9 is currently content that cannot be played on our online streams. Normal programming will resume shortly.
197. We still get it 12 cents cheaper. 199.
Drake supermarkets are celebrating
14 cents
serving you and valued customers. And we have $5 million up for grabs.
Tank, probably about
$5 million in hard cash
70, 80 bucks.
Simply purchase a specially marked product and spend $40 or more in an eligible
probably fill up around Caloundra, Noosa, wherever. If it's still 186 or 180 or something,
conditions apply. Go online.
Even if another servo's like 10 kilometres away, I'm going to stop and type it up.
For every day.
When you get up to Mackay, you go from Bunderberg to Mackay. My nephew told me, make sure you got plenty of fuel because there's no fuel stops between Bunderberg and Mackay. So the event's so big here, all the accommodation's expensive too, and pretty much sold out. So. There could be a few showers up there, but it doesn't matter. Got my tent, I've got that canopy thing for that go over the top of it, and then I've got the other canopy thing for the car if I eventually do put that up by myself.
Just on the subject
It's like a 2-minute job. I don't know if I can do it. I can do the 10 and that.
From the union for a 5% pay.
We'll see. And do all this stuff on screen too. So tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. to check in.
That's hilarious.
And it starts. We have to spend half the day setting everything up. Plenty of power cords, leads.
In the final quarter of 2023. Industrial disputes being blamed for a surge in working days lost in the 3 months to the end of December, according to the ABS statistics. So 11,000 days lost, 2,900 higher than the previous quarter. I find this really fascinating. When I spoke to IR Minister and Minister for the Olympics and Minister for Infrastructure, Grace just last week, I asked her this question about the increasing costs, the pressure of the unions, and whether or not the fact that we have no measure of the productivity to meet the higher increases in costs is something that is crippling.
Been raining so much last week,
which of course she batted to the side. But the story is really clear, and anybody who works in construction at the moment who feels like they're willing to tell you is certainly reiterating exactly what Damon says and exactly what the article says. I'll share more of it with you after the 1 o'clock news. That's coming up next.
Or maybe Thursday night. I don't know if Thursday night they've got like a hangout night out there on the streets like the normal hoons. Well, my brother-in-law reckons they do. He reckons he took his XR8 up there and they were drooling all over it.
Importing concessions offered to boost electric vehicle imports. Man found in Brisbane drain and bracing for interstate visitors.
Yeah, man loses his phone down drain. Goes to find it. Stuck down for 3 days.
Lawmakers have been handed some concessions under a revised plan to boost imports of electric and low emissions vehicles. Some manufacturers had raised concerns they may have to push up prices if Australia introduces fuel efficiency standards. Under the new policy, pollution targets have been eased for some commercial vehicles like utes and heavy SUVs. Manufacturers will also be given another 6 months before the rules kick in. The federal government has introduced tougher legislation to force the removal of some asylum seekers from Australia. The new rules would apply to people who've exhausted every avenue for a visa and haven't been granted one. Under the proposed bill, those who refuse to be deported can face a maximum penalty of 5 years in
having
jail.
more immigrants coming into the country like we do, but too many, then we're going to end up with a country of 100 million people.
Unfortunately, examples of non-cooperation with the government's removal
if they slow it down, we might be 33 million people.
Long against the expectations of the Australian community and undermining the integrity of our migration laws. The government is determined to address this issue and to ensure this key aspect of our immigration system is better, stronger and fairer.
A woman has been fined for failing to install legally required and compliant smoke alarms in a Russell Island home where 6 people died last year. Wayne Godnett and his 5 children perished when the property caught ablaze last August. The owner, Donna Rose Beadle, has pleaded guilty, facing a maximum penalty of $667.25.
Wow, is that all for 6 people?
A man has been taken to hospital after he becoming trapped in Brisbane's drain network. The man spent 36 hours underground after he went in to retrieve his phone at Kangaroo Point. Emergency services were called to rescue him after witnesses spotted him in the drain almost 2 days later.
Should be forced to sell a house.
Potentially exposed to asbestos at a Brisbane school are being encouraged to ensure there is a record. Hundreds of children at Rochdale State School were removed from classrooms after it was detected earlier this month. Chair of the Asbestos and Dust Disease Research Institute, Peter Tighe, has told Sophie Formica record keeping can help later down the track.
Exposure will not be seen for some years, but at least if you've got a benchmark and you know the individual person was exposed, and this is what we do with workers when they're exposed to asbestos dust, we've got a record to say, okay, maybe on a continuum you should get regular tests.
And 2 million people are set to pass through the gates of Brisbane Airport this school holiday period. Jess Amber reports.
As the Easter and autumn school holiday period edges closer, Brisbane Airport is bracing for an influx of visitors. In the domestic terminal, passenger numbers are forecast to be up 2% compared to last year, for a total of 1.5 million passengers expected to pass through, while another 500,000 people are expected to take
I've got fallback screen, Madness.
Journeying through the
and you see my little water mark up the top.
Meteorology says this time of year is when Queensland shines due to cooler weather in New South Wales, Victoria and in New Zealand.
This is just the first time I've used it, so
domestic travel is forecast to be
I didn't put a fallback video, just a screen.
The advice to travellers is to arrive the normal 90
That's $180 a month. Or if you buy it for 12 months, it's like $1,050 Australian dollars.
Jess Ambler, 9 News.
I'll see how good it goes. I'm thinking I'm going to get through here.
Broncos star Brendan Piakura remains in
Getting fuel now, and then we'll head out on the highway.
If Piakura is walked out, it could mean fan favourite Corey Oates is given his first test in the starting team for the blockbuster Clash.
Welcome everybody.
Baker says he would love to play with Origin stars.
I'll touch that too much. Fourth camera came in too.
Pretty cool personally for myself to play with him.
So I've had 3 cameras permanently mounted.
With him coming in, that's a big role.
And the fourth one's obviously this one here.
The AFL Tribunal will sit tonight with Essendon Torpedo Vice.
It's going to take it easy because of the amount of wet roads and the traffic. Another 10 minutes or so up here, 15 minutes.
2 wickets as his Royal Challengers defeated
Petrol station.
the Punjab Kings. It's 1:04. That's the latest.
It took me like half an hour to start the stream. I had to wire everything up, wire all the mics up so they're charging. So many different things.
Every step is a victory.
Eventually got it going. I had to start the stream with a laptop. The first time I've started with a laptop.
Where you do it, for a healthy mind, body and heart.
Just to get this fallback screen, because you've got to start with a laptop to get that fallback screen.
Walking with the Heart Foundation. Go to walking.org.au.
Traffic more from your favourite station. Register now at 4bc.com.au.
Over down, we've got a crash on the Bruce Highway northbound. Delays now back onto Gympie to go to the road and the Gateway motorway down to Tegan. And Wakeholder crash to for Clendon and Tile Streets with delays to Boundary Road. And Slacks Creek a crash for Logan Lee Road outbound.
I have to work my way back onto the highway somehow. If I go back this way, they're sort of doubling back to the highway, so I might have to go up that way. Oh yeah, I know where I'm going to go now.
What's been an outback adventure like no other?
After the survey, probably a couple of hours. I did make lunch, but it's in the esky in the back. I don't know if I could get to it. I had to pull out too many things. So, in a couple of hours, I'll have to stop and have something to eat. Whether I can get to that or not, or I'll have to buy something. How you been, Madness?
It's just before dawn.
Live treating you okay?
The customer needs help.
Live treating you okay?
Judy's a claims assessor with NRA Insurance. In her 34 years with us, she's seen plenty of disasters like this. And we've got plenty of people like Judy. Our people have spent a lifetime preparing for the things you can never prepare for. NRA Insurance. We're here to help.
Got a drink?
Always read the PDS and TMDs from NRMA Insurance at nrma.com.au.
Since I haven't been drinking coffee.
Brought to you by...
Or tea. I had 1 cup of tea this morning. I usually only have 1 a day anyway. Haven't been drinking Pepsi Max or anything. I've had some lemonade and stuff. Pretty much over all that madness, but I've just got fatigue when I'm just doing too much stuff, overdoing myself. So I looked it up and it said you just got to rest, and that's all I've been doing for like over a week, 9 days or something. I spent like 5 days basically sleeping non-stop. Eating nothing, I lost 5 kilos. So I was losing like a kilo a day.
I think it'll be a must-watch show.
I haven't got much fat left on me. I weigh 70 now.
Solutions that we need as we ask the experts after 1:30 today. I have another double pass for you to see Back to Black. It's the Amy Winehouse biopic.
So if I want to put more weight on, that just means my sugar levels go back up. Because I've got to eat more. More sugar, more insulin. Or more food, more insulin. It's a catch-22 then.
Friedman, he's going to be my guest here.
But it did bring my sugar levels down a hell of a lot eventually.
There's a couple of tickets to
it did bounce over the place there for a while. Obviously because I had a fever
afternoons where there's always something new
chills
for you.
And hot cold. Yeah, so basically I just had a headache, feeling hot cold, and
Let me take you back
completely
to
fatigued.
October the 25th, 2016. It was an absolute
almost like
tragedy
99%
that struck at Dreamworld, a moment in Queensland
fatigue.
history that we all will remember. Cindy Lowe, Kate
I had sort of like, with diabetes, I was getting like
were all killed when a
fatigue syndrome all the time.
The River Rapids ride, and it flipped their raft. Now, plenty has happened between
No, I'm not going to get any
There's
chips.
been a coronial inquest.
These are over there now.
Parent company Ardent
Can't do
Leisure was
that.
fined $3.6 million. Shareholders settled a class action.
That really sends my diabetes mad.
10% of the value that was lost after the tragedy, and of course,
You know, I've got some
has not yet
got some of these sitting here, the beach, full of sugar. They're just in case I get a sugar low while I'm driving. I can't eat them
it
like
was
now.
far more than monetary.
Got my
and it
thing
certainly
here.
has never left them. Michael Clancy was one of those people. He
Yeah, it's
worked
too high.
as a
I just took
supervisor
insulin too.
in services at Dreamworld
Because
at that time. And now, many years down the track, his story is being told. It'll be on SBS
I just took
tonight. Their
10 units.
Tonight program. So we've invited
About
Michael
15
Clancy
minutes
to
ago.
join us
When I'm up here, I'm going to take some more.
Good afternoon to you, Michael.
Yeah, good afternoon, Sophie. Thank you.
As I mentioned, Michael, so much time has passed since October 25, 2016, but you must have lived it every single
That
day
was high
since then in a way that acutely has changed the course of your life.
When I was starting the stream, I checked it.
Absolutely.
There's high there.
Absolutely no doubt about
It's
that.
just it's still going up. Never hit that wall and come back down and get something and give myself. I had 10 units. Now, as I say, I might give myself like maybe about 5 or 6 more. Because it will start coming down the hill soon. That's what.
During the week, triggers.
The Bro Freestyle sensor under the arms is useful.
I get daily triggers, but
keep an eye on my sugar levels while I'm driving.
What I do now, I've found ways and tools
and deal with them on the spot, sort of thing. You know what I mean? As if you had to do it with your fingers, madness. You got to do this when you're driving too. Before you drive, make sure your sugar levels are high. We're going to pull over here. 181. 185.9. Bingo. And we have a spot just for us. Yellow means unleaded. Baby. Yes, unleaded petrol. Yes, 91 octane. Oh, we look after the car while I fill yours up. Look at all the carbs in this shop. Who wants to guess 3/4 of a tank how much it's going to cost me? I'm thinking about $80, $70 or something. And $1.85 a litre.
$70.05 into it.
Don't know why that went off for. He was trying to steal a car. Everybody buckled in. Scared everybody, didn't it? Well, scared that woman. She goes in, it scared everybody. Yeah, this horn on this thing's so loud. But you just got to leave the accessories on in here and shut the door on the car, or the car knows you've left the car. And it'll go beep.
Over time,
sorry, chat.
you know, I started realising this works for people, and psychiatrists started referring people to me.
Yeah, we're on the talkback radio, so you use who next to us.
So
let him go.
It got too big for home, and I rented
spin the wheels.
a premises and that.
Guy here on the left.
individuals, domestic violence survivors, trauma victims, PTSD, you name it.
Usually males own those types of cars.
We have heard 900 odd stories, and everyone is beautiful.
Because $1.99 here.
Their whole world changes. You know, the emails we get daily, the messages, the photo updates. And
it's a difference of 15 cents, 14 cents.
People, it's beautiful.
And you know, because you've been there and you've lived it and you're living it, I know that you've also teamed up with Combined Wellness Solutions so that what you're doing at the Nest...
Every so often on this talkback radio station they have music, so I sort of have to catch it other times you forget about it.
You know,
it doesn't really matter too much, the whole scheme of things.
And I think we've got...
On the day, Friday, Saturday and Sunday, the actual event, there's all these bands on and stuff too. There's fireworks, there's wrestling events every day, multiple different burnouts, drifts, all sorts of car shows, all sorts of stuff. The drag strip is in the middle of the town, the main street. So it's going to be an experience. Totally different to the one down in South Australia where they all was fighting and carrying on. Won't be involved in any of that. Really don't think that'll be happening up here.
Michael, you're telling us about...
A lot of them got banned from there, they're not allowed up here.
Feel like they would like to be able to support
They've been banned for 2 years or something.
I think that you, as I said, telling the story tonight on Insights, giving us a little bit of an opportunity to understand what happened and how your life changed on that day, and I hope from the bottom of my heart that you have many
change your number again.
Hard days, but you and I both know the hard days will always be there. I love that you're focusing on...
It doesn't matter. You can have my passcodes.
About what happened yesterday.
It doesn't mean you get into my phone.
Purpose, and that purpose now is spread right across the country, helping out people that I'm sure will be forever grateful.
I can just change it.
Means that
you actually physically have to have my phone open. So that's just the open screen.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sophia. I really...
And that's not an opinion, that's just up. That's easy to change.
Oh, we'd love that. Thank you so much. That's Michael Clancy, and if it's inspired you a little to see more, I encourage you to check out Insights tonight. The episode is called...
That's what you're meant to be. You want me credit card too? There's plenty in there. There's a credit card, there's a debit card. There's a big savings account.
It's 21 and a half minutes past going, and please don't misunderstand that conversation or what I spoke to Michael about. We do know that, of course, the victims of that day, those who lost their lives, the ones whose mums will never be able to give...
My black car's been on the back of that truck.
They, of course, are the true victims, but it is a reminder that when those incidents happen, it affects many more people than I think we realise in a very profound and life-changing way.
For the stories that matter to Brisbane,
okay, we've got...
Right here,
it says I got 439 kilometres worth of fuel, but I don't think that's right.
Many retired homeowners are struggling to make ends meet. The good news is Household Capital is helping retirees like Barry
$190,000
in their homes to relieve the cost of living pressures.
And I'm changing the oil in it every 5 to 6,000.
And when there's no more regular income except for the pension, it's easy to be derailed by a large expense.
So it's got new oil in it.
In retirement, I have the existing mortgage.
The spark plugs are fine because they're better than iridiums. They have something TF.
Research, I contacted
I'll last like 5 years or something. 1,000 kilometres or something.
What you're going through, the application process is straightforward with great
pay like $200 for them.
Has been life-changing and has been
new oil. I clean the air filter. Can in air filter.
Household Capital. Use the online calculators.
And when I come back, I'll get the gearbox serviced.
Or talk to a retirement specialist on 13 1306. Terms and conditions.
And the only things I'm going to do is I don't need to buy brakes, but I'm going to buy some. You can use. I think you can use race version 3 rotors on the front, but the back ones you just use standard street rotors, DBA rotors.
65 different roles. We always say to people when they start that
So I'm going to buy them, keep them in stock. So when my rear ones do go, because I'm pretty sure when they what they call them, bloody dealer I bought the car from, I'm pretty sure they just slapped a set of pads on the back and didn't machine them.
In as little as 2 to 3 hours. All work comes with a high-wheel warranty and without the hassle of insurance.
A little tiny lip on the rotor at the back.
Brisbane, the Gold Coast and the Sunshine Coast. So visit us today at
it shows it hasn't been machined today. I just got to wind my way up to the highway.
Welcome to Rich and Ray in Brisbane's West Village. Picture this, sophistication.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to take it slow, man.
It's specially curated to enhance the flavour of each dish. For those extra special occasions, you'll love our exclusive private dining room.
Once it gets on I get on the highway, it should be alright. Because it's just coming into like, I suppose peak hours 3 and it's 1:25. And once I get on the highway, so maybe 2 hours to Caloundra. They're beach towns. I know we've got to go through Noosa, so you don't have to divert. I think Caloundra you got to divert.
The text that I'm receiving around union action, before the news was sharing with you this story that's just been released today.
Vitamin C.
The Australian Bureau of Statistics telling us that there were 11,000 days lost in Queensland in the 3 months to the end of December last year, 2,100 higher than the previous quarter, and that union action that we've seen on Queensland construction sites has been blamed for the ongoing construction delays that we've seen, and obviously the cost blowouts that then come with them on building sites across Queensland. There are some people who don't think that there is these big construction projects and certainly the infrastructure for government.
No, I didn't see him struggling. I didn't watch much of it. I was too busy. I did see him for about 5-10 minutes last night, and he was in some restaurant, and some Chinese woman there was giving him a hard time because he couldn't pay or something. Oh, that's right. And she told him not to film in that too, but he still did it. You could hear them all yelling out in the back room or in the back of the kitchen or something, Japanese or something. His card declined or something. Well, they wouldn't take cash. His card declined or something, and then they took his car back again, and then it worked. Oh, he's wearing those stupid goggles. Yeah, but with that thing, you've got to have this IRL pack, and then you've got to have a laptop in it, and then you've got to have a router. So you've got to power the laptop too. The laptop's got to be running.
The number of lost days across the country also
I can't believe you get put actually.
From 37,100 to 44,200 in the quarter.
It's like carrying 2 computers around and the goggles. And the goggles are $4,000 US. They're uncomfortable to wear, they reckon. Even on YouTube, they reckon they're uncomfortable to wear for after like more than 2 hours. And it's Apple too. Why can't they do an Android one? Hey, Elon's probably got a better version, just the chip in the head. You don't need the goggles. He can read your mind from doing that. Imagine eventually they'll get that chip so good that it'll be able to see video out your eyes. You won't need a video camera. It'll be your eyeballs. Because that phone's connected to that chip in your head. Elon's phone, streamed straight to the phone from your head.
Then becomes that day, so they get that longer period off, and then they'll have their work meeting, or anyone goes back to work, so the next day everyone wonders what costs go up and there's no progress. And I think that's pretty increasing costs continue. When it comes to costs, we talk about money and the power of the dollar, and that the one thing we can control is where we spend that dollar. I mentioned that I had a friend tell me that the soft furnishings business seems to be going very well at the moment. Gary from Kawongba sent me through a text. He says, Sophie, you mentioned soft furnishings. He said, a bloke said to me years ago when I told him that we had bought some new sheets, etc., he said, you must be doing okay when you buy new...
I'm going to have to turn the video thing off at home.
Gary, but it's certainly not essential for most people, particularly when it comes to just redecorating. You can only do that if you've got disposable income. And as things start to get cooler and all of those beautiful new sheets and blankets and quilts come out, people go, oh, it might be time for a bit of a freshen up, a bit of a change. There was another story before we head to the news that I would like to share with you about beer, so I thought you might enjoy this. So, in terms of beer in Australia, we found ourselves in a situation, and you may already be aware, that when it comes to Australian-owned ale, we're in the minority. Carlton and United Breweries and Lion Nathan are both Japanese-owned companies. And between the two of them, they control about 85% of the local brewing market. And I'm talking about the brands that many of you would know and love, as I do. Carlton United owns BB. I don't know about that. Carlton Draft, but also Great Northern and Pure Blonde. I love a Pure Blonde. Lion Nathan owns Forex, they own Tui's, and they own Han Superdry. All of those are Japanese owned. In terms of Australian companies, Coopers is the biggest. Now, of course, there are plenty of other smaller Australian craft beer breweries, but foreign-owned companies are absolutely the big winners here. Does it change the way you think about what you will buy? Will you go, if you're going to, buy yourself a carton, and think about not just what the label is, but where the dollars end up? Have you found yourself looking for craft beer breweries that you know are Australian or are local? Has it changed the way that you shop? Let me know, 133 882. It is 1:30 and it's time for us to head back into the newsroom where we find Siobhan Fay. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon, Sophie. The federal government unveiled revised fuel efficiency standards after fierce criticism from
signal dropped down to 4,000 then.
The industry has been handed a string of concessions, including reduced emission targets for some utes and SUVs. A woman has been
cell tower over there.
Install legally required and compliant smoke alarms in a Russell Island home where 6 people died.
I put them all on 4G. The two ones on the
potentially exposed to asbestos at
on the bag, sell them homes. They're already 4G by themselves. Yes, that's my car.
That's removed from classrooms after it was detected earlier this month. And 2 million people
sort of car. Anyway, and this one I switched to 5G back to 4G. So I looked up the map all the way there and it said 4G. There was no 5G. So what's the point? Now it's gone back to 10,000. Bit rate's 10,555
extending south
kilobytes.
Past the Gold Coast and certainly north past the Sunshine Coast. In Brisbane at the moment,
at 1080p,
22 degrees. Showers also
60
in
frames.
Hampton today, currently 27 degrees. It's 23 degrees Bayside. When we look ahead,
this phone's getting a little bit less than the actual.
6 degrees, and
I'm getting 5,000 bit rate from both of those 4G ones on the actual bag.
On it being
I'm only getting 1,400 on the phone.
And those Easter egg hunts.
Traffic, 101 West Lane, Woodbridge. 4BC is Queensland.
In Mansfield, there's been a motor vehicle crash on Bullwater and Pan Road, delayed both ways. And moving a crash to Park Road inbound just before McDougall Street. At Brisbane Airport, a crash for Moulton Drive, the northbound on-ramp to the Gateway Motorway. Still got a crash from Wacom for Clendon and Tulse Street, delayed to Boundary Road. And there's a breakdown on the Logan Motorway inbound at Meadowbrook to duck the Logan Lee tolls. I'm Tim Berg on Brisbane's traffic leader, 4BC.
We love it when you tell your friends about something you've heard on 4BC.
Metal, colour-on roofs, from the 30 years, and value,
Brisbane, Logan, the Gold Coast, Caboolture and Ipswich. We have every region covered.
So get through all this big area on the highway.
The most comprehensive weather forecast.
Pretty much halfway between Brisbane and Caboolture. Sunshine Coast, here we come.
With a special announcement. Some health insurance premiums are rising on April 1. In every dollar counts, don't pay more than you need to for health insurance. So compare the market as
100 kilometers now.
If you find the same policy elsewhere for us, they'll give you 110% of the difference for the first year. Terms and conditions apply. Visit Compare the Market to see the range of brands and products we compare. Simple.
Too bad trying to go
Toyota's Big Easter sale gives you the power
probably worth going towards the city.
range of Toyo tyres. Hop in and get the power of a sweet deal on Toyo tyres for your car or SUV. Buy 3 and get 1 free. That's buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres right now at Tyre Power. Get the power to have a safe Easter on the road with Tyre Power's Big Easter sale. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 132191 for your local independent owner.
Want relief from menopause symptoms? Take Harmony Menopause Max. It helps relieve hot flushes, night sweats, fatigue, irritability and muscle aches. Harmony, the #1 menopause brand in pharmacy. Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
Radar on, distance radar's on. Set that to 3 bars away from the front of that car. Plenty of braking distance.
Hard earned first on the BB man. Is it still made in Mexico? Oh, I mean Victoria. Yeah, it may be brewed here, but it's owned by the Japanese conglomerate Asahi Breweries. So it may be VB, and it may be the concept of all Australian, but any profits are certainly not staying here, that's for sure, Anthony. Look, off the back of hearing the traffic report, I also wanted to mention some new research out from RACQ that shows us congestion has become so bad that the average speed on 9 southeast motorway sections during morning and evening peaks has plummeted by at least 30 kilometres per hour below the signed limits. I know this will be of no surprise to any of you who find yourself on these morning routes. The Centenary Motorway inbound between Ipswich Motorway and Dandenong Road, where the average free flow speed dropped by a staggering 60.4 kilometres an hour to now be an average speed of 34 kilometres per hour on the motorway. I mean, come on. It was closely followed by the Pacific Motorway between Logan River Bridge and Springwood, where motorists were driving at an average speed of just over 53 kilometres an hour, a drop of 42.6 kilometres an hour compared to the average free flow speed of 95 kilometres per hour. I cop it every day on the Western Freeway going home. Every day I hear them say it in the news, from Toowong roundabout to Moggle Road, and all of those annoying people who go in the left-hand lane trying to sneak up the outside only to then try to have to turn on their right indicator, stopping the free flow of my lane to get off. I don't know what we do to fix it. I really don't, because I can't see it getting any better. It's incredibly frustrating and ridiculous that you have to spend that much time going from A to B in this city. We certainly have not planned for the future, have we?
On 4BC Afternoons, talking technology and cyber safety as we ask the experts.
Maybe the secret is flying cars. We'll find out.
Sorry, DeBeige, I can't read that, mate. It's too much.
Long, who has all
I'll read it later.
Questions ready to be answered today with us. How are you, Trevor?
Good afternoon. Very well.
Flying cars, are they in our future?
Writing's too small over there.
That's a tough one, because how do you define a flying car?
Yeah.
See,
one that flies.
Do you remember hoverboards?
Yeah.
Like the Back to the Future
I've got to
hoverboard.
concentrate here anyway.
We started calling those things with wheels that you lean on hoverboards. They're not hoverboards. Flying cars that you drive down the street and then can take off in. Right. I don't see them in our future at all.
You have to go snowboarding tomorrow.
I'm excited. I might not be much help in the morning.
Yeah. I'll be good. I'm gonna be good. It's still early enough. We're gonna eat some peanut butter balls. Peanut butter balls. $30 people. Okay, I love what stalls brought me back into focus stuff. We're eating some peanut butter balls.
Might have them turn the sound down. There you go. Oh, the Neuralink. Okay, we're back on that. I can't really read that from here anyway. I've got to put my glasses on. I need like a big iPad here or something to chat. Not an iPad, but something else. Or something projecting on the screen or something. Oh, I suppose even that voice one. But I don't know how to do that on Android. Got too much knocking around. Yeah, I'll go back to the radio. It was this one. No, it was this one.
One person's holding an antenna, the other person is standing at the car, kind of pressing the door, which amplifies the signal because your car keys are just inside. So most people, let's be real, our keys are just inside the door, and so they're looking to find that signal and then use it to start the car and drive it away. Otherwise, they might actually essentially stalk your home and when you press the button on the garage door or whatever, emulate it. It's not widespread because there are some tricks and traps to it for the crims. It doesn't always work for a start. So modern garage doors actually communicate in these encrypted codes that change every time essentially the door opens. So hey, you might get it open once, but you're never going to get it open again. If they measure you opening it, that code won't work again the next time.
Yeah.
So yes, it exists. The bigger risk in reality is not this technology. It's just people bashing down your door and grabbing your car key, which is why security cameras have absolutely skyrocketed in sales
Sunshine
over the
Coast for the holiday.
6 months.
But why would they be doing it?
Because people see them as a decent deterrent, at the very least a better
the holidays,
for
long weekends, Friday.
When trying to catch these.
I don't know. Oh, maybe they're going up there for a week.
There was a question that came through from
no sun, but where we're going is going to be sun.
A little bit random, but interesting nonetheless. And
we're going to be all right, Daddy.
To ask you. She wants to know whether or not it's a bad idea to leave things on like a Himalayan salt lamp or fairy lights or night lights on overnight.
Well, it's only a bad idea for your power bill.
Fairy lights.
You know, everything has a life as well. So the more you leave something on, the less it has left in it in the long run. You know, whether it's the bulb or the electronics inside it. So it's not a bad thing generally, but I did a little experiment around our home, and I went literally to the fuse box on the side of the house, and I had a little monitor on so I could see how much power I was draining, and I was just flicking off a circuit at a time when no one was home and nothing was in use, going, look at how much power our home the heartbeat of our home. So yeah, we've taken the decision to kind of turn a lot more things off of the wall because that little heartbeat really does cost money. So yep, Joanne, I think it's really just a bad thing when it comes to power costs.
I think one of those things that always stays on for most of us is definitely the TV goes into standby. Like you're not switching it off at the wall. A lot of the times that plug now isn't even easily accessible if you've got the TV up on the wall. And then the other one is the internet. You know, who turns off their router?
No one is doing that. That's game stuff if you live in a shared house. I mean, what if someone wakes up and wants to use the internet? I'd be undrawn and quartered. They'd be the last two things to go off in my home. But here's what I did with the TV. I went, well, hang on a minute, but all the other things, the boxes that are connected to the TV, they can be on.
Don't they eat any chocolates over Easter, man?
These things. Just turn them on when you need. They don't need to be sitting there idling, standing by.
Yeah.
So those little things can make a difference. They can
just jump in there.
Because trust me, when your kids turn on the Xbox 2 weeks later and everything needs a software update, that's a 6-hour delay to your game. So there are ups and downs to this whole energy efficiency cycle.
That sounds like a strategy, to be honest. You lose interest in waiting 6 hours.
Yeah, Easter egg chocolate actually tastes different.
Things that are connected to your television.
To normal,
there was a question that came in from Louise in Sandgate. She says that she's
even though other chocolate is full of sugar, but
external speakers to be able to hook up to the television
quality
with a sound bar. Maybe she wants surround sound and a subwoofer. What are some of the things to look
Another
out
one
for?
doing it.
Because there's such a wide variety in the price points.
First thing I would do is find and research your own TV first, because some TVs don't have the pure capabilities to use a soundbar. And we're talking a little bit older TV, so it's probably if it's 5 years or more
this
older.
Is the tech guy.
But what you want to look for is ARC, or particularly eARC. Now, ARC is audio return channel. So what it is you know how you've got HDMI ports where you plug in your Foxtel or your Xbox or whatever. You might have 3 of those. One of them might be ARC enabled, and that's where the soundbar would plug in. So firstly, check whether your TV has that capability, and then you can go away and go, right, now I need a soundbar that either does or does not require that. So you can go in a little bit more informed. In reality, I've always said I love a soundbar. I would buy a soundbar even for the most expensive TV, because there's no TV that has great sound. So here's the great thing. You can spend $200 on a soundbar. It's going to sound better than whatever TV you've currently got. So the great thing is it's a bang for your buck thing. Whatever you spend, it is going to be better. More speakers, a subwoofer. It's really just adding to the value of the system. But honestly, your budget starts at $200 and go up to $2,000 if you wanted to.
Yeah, and while we've been talking, another little notes come in on this same subject, that you can get just a soundbar with all the others, without the other speakers. Is that better than the sound from the television? Like if you don't want to then have other external speakers and the subwoofer, but you just want to have the sound bar that sits either under or on top of your TV.
If you buy literally the cheapest soundbar, it will sound better than whatever you've got today. Okay. I promise you that. And then it's just a matter of, like, I was watching something with the kids the other day, or maybe it was my kids playing a game and I was sitting in the lounge room with them, and we've got speakers in the back of the room as well, so proper surround sound, and I was just, wow, this is, like, it's happening all around me. It was really quite immersive, and that's awesome. But you've got to want for that and also afford that. So bang for your buck, start at the bottom and work your way up depending on your budget.
Okay, we're going to continue to talk technology with Trevor Long. If you have a question this afternoon, Talking Tech with Trevor, give us a call now on 133 882. We'll return after the
suburbs are Andy.
Down here on the ground with Paddy Carrigan and Adam Reynolds from the Broncos. Boys, great game. Tell me, what's your reaction to the news that Kia's getting its first ute?
Yeah, you know, obviously a few of the boys are vying to get their name on it, so we already wear the Kia name on our jersey. I think it'd be great if we get our names on it.
I mean, the captain is probably the obvious choice, right? The Kia Reynolds.
Or the Kia Lockie. Yeah, that's nice.
Kia's getting a ute. Register your interest at kia.com.au.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
So have you got a copy of Everything is Perfect yet? It's a debut novel from Sydney author Maxine Fawcett, and it's got critics raving. It's a story of Cassandra Prince. So Cassandra's a woman who looks like she has it all. It's a beautiful beachside home and a successful husband and 2 gorgeous kids. But behind that facade, she's barely hanging on. It could be a midlife crisis or simply a cry for help. Everything is Perfect. It's an honest and hilarious novel. It'll resonate with women in their 40s who are struggling.
Going through a bunch of forests.
You can get a copy of Everything is Perfect. It's a debut novel from Sydney author Maxine Fawcett, and it's out now. You'll find it at all good retailers, ebook and audio.
Millions of dollars wasted and a youth vaping crisis. Anthony Albanese's new vape ban. It hasn't worked in any other country, so why try it here?
So it's all going to be an experiment.
Strictly regulate vapes, just like tobacco and alcohol. Authorised by Australian Taxpayers Alliance, Sydney.
For a cause close to your heart, change it up. Recycle what contains the change for a charity you can.
It's 1:48. So I'll try and do it maybe about 5 or 6 hours driving. Won't actually go into Bundy tonight, I don't think. No, because it's going to take like double that. I don't even know how long, really. Could be more than 10 hours. That's how fast I'm driving and how many stops I make and stuff. So, if anything, up there by maybe 12 to AM. That's if I go all out. Otherwise, I'm probably just going to stop somewhere. And woke up early in the morning and drive the rest of the way to check in at 10 AM. So, the further we go up, the less rain there
time for me to upgrade my iPhone from a 13. What's your advice? Should I sell the old one privately or trade it in toward a new one?
It's exactly the same as cars. It's far easier just to trade it in at the dealership and swap the keys for a new one, right?
So you won't get as much.
But you don't get as much. Now, I would say to you, if you can cling onto it for a little longer, and we're talking, April, May, June, July, it's 6 months or so, there's obviously another iPhone going to come out later this year, and the absolute best time to upgrade if you have an older phone is actually in the week after the announcement and before it's available. This applies to Samsung phones as well, because they do what's called a pre-order. They say, here's a shiny new thing, put your name down here and you can pre-order one, put you on the list and you'll get it on day one. But the telcos, Vodafone has especially been very aggressive in this over the last couple of years, will then offer a premium to entice you. But they'll actually offer you like the trade-in price plus $400. Wow. That's one of the deals they've had in previous years. I don't want to preclude what they're going to do this year, but the sweet spot for trading in is definitely the week after the new iPhone is announced. If you've still got the box and the cables and you've kept it in great condition, a private sale could be a really easy way to go. Just obviously do it safely and securely and make sure
my coffee machine's in the back.
A random stranger
won't be making any on the way
and
up.
also make sure it's well cleared of any of your information.
So much stuff out.
Full factory reset.
Glenn has a question from Hawthorne. He says, Trevor, I bought this laptop in 2016. It's an HP ProDesk 600 GeForce small form factor PC. Does that mean something to you? Okay. It was never used until 2021 and then only a few times. The battery stopped charging. I bought a new battery from a battery place in Victoria, but it still didn't work properly. Is there anywhere that I can get another new battery? The laptop worked brilliantly. It's hardly used and brand new. What should I do?
Frustrating. What year did you say he bought it?
2016. So, I mean, it's got some legs on it.
It's well past any hope of essentially, pleading to HP with Australian consumer law. Look, it is a tough thing to get a part like that for an old product. You are talking about now an 8-year-old PC. It's not a laptop from what I can tell. A small form factor PC is like a little tiny desktop.
It is. It's a laptop.
So, look, I think you're going to struggle, I'll be honest with you. I worry about buying these things online because I've bought batteries for like remote control cars and things on like Amazon or other places online, and they come from overseas and they're the wrong thing. And buying batteries is a huge risk. I have to be honest with you, that's where we have these problems with, chargers versus batteries versus voltage versus safety. It's a big risk. So honestly, I think it's better to put that money into potentially a more affordable new solution to the problem.
Yeah.
A new PC, but, an affordable one, because it's obviously not powerful. This is not going to be a computer that's highly powerful. So even the cheapest PC today would probably outperform whatever that is.
Yeah, the technology moves so very quickly, doesn't it? Speaking of moving quickly, finally from Jeremy, who's in Underwood, he says, home internet providers, which are the best based on speed and price? He's currently with Optus and he's not really happy. He said it seems to be patchy and there's some slow, it's getting really slow, he says, lately. So what's the latest when it comes to how to best understand what home internet speed might be available to you and when it's time to make a switch?
First thing to do is to ring any telco. I'm personally with Aussie Broadband. I've been with them for a very long time because they're just reliable and they've got an Australian call centre. Great stuff. Ring them up and say, thinking about switching. They'll take your address and say to them, what technology do I have and what's the best speed I can get? Because they want your business, right? So they're going to tell you what the network says about your home. If your home is only capable of 45 or 50 megabits per second, then you want to sign up to another provider. And I would say at the last check I've had, look at Superloop, Aussie Broadband, even Ionet are performing very well in terms of speed, and sign up to the 50 plan. That's going to get you the maximum you can get. But if Aussie Broadband says to you, you can get gigabit speeds through a fibre upgrade, sign up and upgrade to a better plan. It's most likely that people aren't getting great speeds in their home because they're actually not on the fastest speed they can get. Right. Ring your telco and push them for the best speed.
I want the fastest upload speed, not the fastest
probably
download.
A bit of homework for a lot of people.
Yeah. Quickly, the ACCC has a broadband performance report. They report on each ISP and how they perform on the network. So worth having a little read of that to get some suggestions.
I'm using this up and down, but I'm using the other two ones just as down.
She just sent through a text. How do I get back Windows user log on?
So two ups,
accidentally
one
deleted.
up and one down.
Wow, that sounds like a much more complicated
Sunshine Coast
issue.
44,
What I would do is I'd boot up into safe mode and do a system restore. Not a format, just a restore. So I kind of put Windows
Steve Irwin Zoo.
So boot up in safe mode,
Tony's
Windows
of Fun,
key type
2
restore
elephants.
or reset, and do a system reset.
If that doesn't work, Sally, then you'll know that Trevor will be back here next Tuesday and you can follow up with what happens if that doesn't work. Some of those things can be so incredibly frustrating. Thank you so much, Trevor Long.
A pleasure.
As I said, Trevor back next Tuesday to talk more technology.
Traffic. Listen to Wide World of Sports weeknights from 6 on 4BC.
At Kedron, we've got some emergency roadworks underway on Gympie Road northbound, just past Kitchener Road. In Willawong, the lights are on flash. They're flashing yellow for Sherbrooke Road and King Avenue. In Mansfield, it's flashed for Broadwater and Ham Roads, delays both ways. There's a breakdown on the Bruce Highway southbound at Narangba before Crawley Avenue, and also another one after North Lakes, and lights on flash for Bravio Road at Caboolture. I'm Tim Berg on Brisbane's traffic leader, 4BC.
How can you make Brisbane's 4BC?
Could drop on and off all the way up, I don't know. See what happens. I haven't seen a fallback screen yet. I did see it in the city. I know it works. Yeah, I'm back up to 10,000 again. Hit rate. There's Derry. Start another stream, I might have to do it a little bit, right? And climbs way back up again. Going through a bunch of forests here on the each side. There's pine forests, like commercial. That's why it's going up and down.
Team,
I got the radio running through the app too, otherwise it's not going to pick up any quality.
It certainly can be stressful when those things happen on the computer, so good luck with that.
But that was speaking
about a month ago, we talked at length about the story of the live exports, these ships that had livestock on them that found themselves sort of stranded out at sea when there were issues with the deteriorating situation in the Middle East. And then they were reloaded, they came back to Australia, they were reloaded, they were sent off again after that month-long stranding. Today there's another story, although this time it's with cattle from Australia to Indonesia, and we're learning that more than 100 Australian cattle have died on a live export ship on its way to Indonesia. It's one of the highest mortality rates ever recorded on an Australian cattle shipment. There's a spokesperson from the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry who said that they'd been notified by a commercial exporter of an incident involving cattle deaths on a live export vessel to Indonesia. Under regulations in Australia, the exporter must notify the government if a consignment's mortality rate is greater than 0.5% or 3 heads of cattle within 12 hours. Now at this point they can't give us the exact number. There's no suggestion that there's any disease involved, such as foot and mouth disease or lumpy skin disease, so they're investigating the deaths, and the cattle were likely shipped from Darwin. They'd been declared fit to travel by the government vet when they were loaded onto the vessel. When it comes to live exports in Australia, back in 2011, the Gillard government announced a snap ban, you'll remember that, on live cattle exports to Indonesia by sea. And then that decision was found later to be unlawful by a federal court. We've also then heard from the Albanese government. They promised to ban live sheep exports by sea from Australia.
Gone back to 10,000
but they're yet to set a date to end the trade, because obviously they need to find another way to
put this fallback screen on the live news silo border
that the industry is buoyed. Because the value is
it
great.
came up
Last year,
different
the
in
value
the
of cattle
settings
live
to
exported
do with
from
bid rates and
Australia
everything.
was in the vicinity of $1.2 billion, and that's according to ABS data that was
gave me a
provided
whole
by Life.
bunch of different options.
So whenever we have one of these stories, and certainly when I spoke to you about it last month over these poor animals that were stranded at sea for such an incredibly long period of time when they had to be diverted, you have to wonder whether or not we can now find another place for them. And do you care? I don't like the idea of live export. I have no issue with the agriculture side of it. I know that people have a great need for the meat that we can supply from this country. But does it bother you that we still have so many animals that are dying at sea? Let me know, 133 882. I've got some fabulous music for you as well after the 2 o'clock news.
Switch to the bay from desert to briny. This is 4BC.
Don't even want to think about it.
Revised fuel efficiency standards, mass cattle death on live export ship, and the global search for 2 scientists. It's 2 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Siobhan Fay.
Love the smell of the
federal government's unveiled revised fuel efficiency standards after fierce criticism from car manufacturers. The industry has been handed a string of concessions, including reduced emission targets for some utes and SUVs. Car companies will also receive an extra 6 months leeway before the policy kicks in. Climate Change and Energy Minister Chris Bowen says it's about pushing manufacturers to import more electric and low emissions vehicles.
This legislation I definitely couldn't stream like this with a mobile phone. I would have lost signal by now.
Given the same rights as those motorists consuming.
So that's why this is an advantage.
And no longer
it does work.
In the duty of Australia and Russia as the only.
That's why you got fallback screen.
Equal efficiency standards.
And you got more modems in the phone too. Speed, standard speed camera, and there's actually a thing there too.
Pre-export inspections were undertaken.
There was like a fixed camera, and then there was a camera on a trailer.
The National Children's Commissioner says Queensland has an outdated model when it comes to
it is 110 here, but I'm only doing 190 because the cars in front. Radar slowed me down.
Keep children in classrooms longer.
Adaptive radar.
She says the state government's current approach is not working.
That approach, what we often call it tough on crime, sounds good. It sounds like it ought to work, but it doesn't.
Still in the pipe for us.
I think we need to really acknowledge we've come at this the wrong way.
Queensland Police are warning they'll be out in force this Easter. Richard French has the details.
66 people have lost their lives on our roads so far this year, 15 more than the same time last year. 23 of those fatalities were motorcycle riders, and with the roads expected to be wet, Acting Assistant Commissioner Andrew Pilotto says they will be deploying their maximum resources.
There isn't anywhere in Queensland where you can drive on a road that we aren't likely to be at.
RACQ General Manager Joshua Cooney says it will be a crawl on both the Bruce and the Pacific
We're on the Bruce now.
We are going to see congestion at certain times this Easter.
While Acting Commissioner Steve Golchevsky maintains motorists just need to use their heads.
Take your patience and your common sense. Don't be an idiot when you're on the road. Make good choices.
In Brisbane, Richard French, 9 News.
A global search is underway for 2 keen scientists willing to spend at least 5 years on a remote island in far north Queensland. The Lizard Island Research Centre will soon bid farewell to co-directors Dr Anne Hoggett and her husband Dr Lyle Vale. Australian Museum Chief Executive Kim Mackay says their replacements will need to be resilient.
We now have built a cyclone shelter on the island. The access in and out of the island is principally by small planes. So you fly cans into Lizard Island. The food and other resources come in by barge every few weeks.
Also making news this hour, a landlord has received a fine of $667 for failing to install legally required and compliant smoke alarms in a Russell Island home where 6 people died last year. And the United Nations Security Council has passed a resolution demanding an immediate ceasefire in the Middle East. The US abstained from the vote.
Sport. Listen to Wide World of Sports weeknights from 6 on 4BC.
League legend Paul Gallen is hitting back at claims Penrith's Taylor May should have been charged for his hit on Reece Walsh. The match review committee decided against charging May for the head clash, which left the Broncos star with a fractured eye socket. The RL says the MRC got it wrong. Gallen's told 100% Footy they got it right.
I don't know why we can't accept in this day and age where players are bigger, faster, stronger, more agile than ever before, accidents are going to happen. Contact, which is unfortunate, players are going to get hurt. He split himself too. You think he wants to get split?
AFL great Lee Matthews is calling for the introduction of a send-off rule after Essendon's Peter Wright was sent straight to the tribunal for a hit to the KO Sydney's Harry Cunningham. And the Spurs are stunned with the Suns 104-102 in the NBA. It's 2:04, that's the latest in news and sport.
Iconic, surprising, adaptive, award-winning. The Hyundai i30 is truly remarkable. But when it comes to its evolution as the sporty new i30 sedan, featuring a sleek new design, elevated suite of tech and driver-focused interior, remarkable is just the start. The 2024 Hyundai i30 sedan. Available now from $31,990 drive away. Visit hyundai.com.au or your local showroom. Traffic, Sanford, Sandgate, Shayla Park, Stratty. 4BC is Brisbane.
At Kedron, there's some emergency roadworks underway for Gympie Road northbound, causing delays quite heavy back to Stafford Road. In Willawong, the lights are flashing yellow for Sherbrooke Road and King Avenue, and also up at Caboolture for Bribie Island Road, the lights flashing yellow there too. There's a breakdown on the Bruce Highway southbound in Narangba before Frawley Avenue, and then again after North Lakes, and heading for the Gateway Motorway through to Bald Hills. I'm Tim Berg on Brisbane's traffic leader, 4BC.
When you custom design your ring at Diamonds International, the first step is choosing the perfect stone from a huge range of exceptional white diamonds. Oh, would you look at those? Then they'll build a realistic 3D design of your ring. Then, only when you're happy, will their team of artisan jewelers craft your bespoke diamond ring to place on your finger. Oh my God, I'm never taking this off. Diamonds International, trusted jewelers since 1969. I've banned my husband from eating at the dinner table. I am allowing him to temporarily dine on the couch as long as he promises to lean over his plate. I'm a very particular person, which is why I like jigsaw puzzles. Big ones, the harder the better. 1,000 pieces, 2,000 pieces by Ravensburger and Wasgage, like the one I'm currently in the middle of, on the dinner table. Thanks to Mr. Toys, the only place that gets jiggy with it like I do. MrToys.com.au.
4BC weather, brought to you by NRMA Insurance.
Rain over Brisbane this afternoon, reaching a top of 23 degrees in the city, Bayside and in Ipswich. Looking ahead to tomorrow, more wet weather, 26. Cloudy with a chance of showers on Thursday, 27. On Moreton Bay today, winds up to 15 knots, seas below metre. Right now it's 22 degrees in Mararee. More news at 2:30 on your news leader, 882 4BC.
Sunshine Coast 27, Gympie 98. I think Sunshine Coast you've got to actually go off the highway, so I'm not doing that. But Nambour will have a beach.
And it is a very special one. We've got some fabulous live music for you in just a few moments. Later this hour, I'll be joined by the co-host of this new show that comes to Channel 9 tonight with Gordon Ramsay. I'm talking about business mogul, entrepreneur Janine Ellis, who of course we also know from Shark Tank. So she'll join me to talk about that new show this evening. Plus, we are the home of giveaways. 2 sets of tickets to give away this next hour on afternoons, where there's always something new for you.
And now on 4BC and network stations across Australia.
I think that's live news saving it up there.
Surfing for Micah.
And one of those giveaways, of course, is that every day this week I'm giving away a double pass to go to the Queensland premiere, the very first people in Queensland to get to see Back to Black, which is the new Amy Winehouse biopic. But that's not all. My next guest also has some tickets for us as well.
From 5:30 at 9, at midday, and on your way home from 3.
Way home. glad I didn't go early this morning.
I'm talking about the very unique
rage.
and well-loved and known voice that belongs to Tim Friedman.
Yeah, cool, cut that music out. Still some rain ahead. It's going to be rain for at least maybe a few hours. It's just showers.
Damn, that's crazy you even got anything, journals.
Fuck copyright.
Compared to this storm we're getting over here.
Not to him, but
at all.
To YouTube. Just driving straight. I just have to be careful.
I don't know that name. Let me see. No, I haven't seen this guy before, Mr. Rogers. No, I don't know him.
Yeah, it's Clounder exit.
I'll save it though.
Landsborough exit, Clounder exit. Maybe on the way back we might drop into Clounder and all those places. But Noosa Beach will go to that one. That's on the way through.
No, okay, I got you.
Pretty sure it is. There's a big pineapple somewhere too. That might be called Noosa. Aussie World. 1.5 kilometres. That's like a there's a pub there, a slanting pub, I forget what they call it. And it's a theme park ride. Not a very big one like the ones down the Gold Coast, like Movie World and Dream World. We're back to 110. Jeez, man. Like we always have been. Tells you how long I've been up here. Since I've been up here.
It's like a... Bro, that's some pants, bro. Pants? It's a shirt, bro. That's a shirt, bro. There's like blood stains on that shirt, bro. That's Romney, bro. That's Romney, bro. Hell nah, bro.
Hell no, shout out Romney.
When we get to Noosa, I might have to use the Google Maps from there.
Man, that's Romney shirt, man. Look at the shirt, man. Look at the picture, man. Look at the name on the picture, man. That's not like some voodoo thing, like... Man, come on, bro. Okay, with voodoo too, bro. Come on. I can't, like, really... I can't. Man, come on, bro. These big pictures of Romney. You just see Romney's name on the shirt. I said I saw a thing come out the bottom. And now there's a pig in the damn... You're saying this dude turned into a pig? Man, I don't know what Romney did. Romney got some problems.
Take the quality off the phones. It's only on 144. Turn that one off. Look there, stick a V8 in one of those little Mazdas. Stick a Ford V8 in it. I might motor out of my XR8.
Probably.
Imagine that thing. That might be the Mazda one. I think there is a Ford version.
Music and laughter, I guess is about it.
Yeah, what more can you do, young? Yeah, you can laugh. We say serious, eh?
What do you say we bring back...
When he goes off his head, I just won't talk there. Here's the pub. On the left. On the way back, I'll probably stop there too. Big.
What happened to the breakfast?
If anyone, you can start
internet, Google Aussie World, Queensland. Banana Bender Pub, that's what it's called. Banana Bender Pub.
They already had careers.
It's like a slanted hotel or something.
Okay.
We'll go back there on the way back and I'll ask if I can film inside. I'll ring before I go back in. I'll come back down.
Oh yeah, I've been coming through that one all night.
If not, we can film outside.
Can you say hell yeah, whoa, yeah, no. That's right. You weren't the one, basically. Imagine she's sitting here singing this to that dude. He's sitting there going, just reminds me of that dude in the Pretty Raheem video.
I'm gonna play that song.
The dude's just sitting there eating like a tuna sandwich or something.
Covered up anyway.
That girl and she's like
a little thing
somewhere.
And it's covered by
in a red suit,
film.
A couple of cats in a yellow,
like a natural filter,
same build. He jumps up, does like a swivel shit on her.
Turn it off, and then gets ringing.
Pops his hand out. She takes it. He stands holding.
Signals come right back.
The girl looking at the boyfriend.
So I don't know what I was going on about. You're going to lose signals. I'm not saying like when he did his streams. I suppose he didn't really come up this far. He didn't come up this way at all. Except when he ended his stream, he went to like Sundays or went somewhere up Cairns or race,
and then they stand up.
Cairns is probably like another
first, second, third,
5, 6, 7 hours or something from. Bunderberg's about halfway up to Queensland.
You didn't win.
And then we got another. About the distance again to Cairns.
Feels kind of like that.
That's 3/4 of the way up. Queensland.
Yeah, I get that.
I think when you let him sing.
Let me ask you something. You close your eyes and you open them. And you are without internet service. And you are in the least populated, most central part of Ghana. So, and you're just there.
With your running shoes on, bud.
Luckily, there's no one around the moment. What do you do?
Walk 500 miles.
Let's go, Baltimore.
That's why those people in those countries are good at running and stuff.
Let's go.
Marathon running and stuff. Still 110 kilometres an hour up here. I'm only doing 100, but the speedo's 110. Gympie 78k, so that's about an hour. Just take the time, a little bit less than an hour. So it might be like 2 hours driving total from there. Even though I left at 12, it took me like half an hour to get the stream going down the shopping centre. They got the best signal there. And yeah, to get up here took me another couple of hours. Another hour and a half. Until all that traffic back
talk about things and stuff.
People pass. Don't use
Make her wise with a local bush woman. Great idea. Kind of like let's see where you're going. I'm gonna smell you a chance here for her. I think a Whopper. From the Big Mac.
Big Mac ain't a Big Mac anymore. It's too small. And all the stuff that's in them, Jesus Christ. I watched this thing the other night about all the plastic in all the fast food and everything. It's basically in everything. You go to the supermarket and you buy those pre-packaged boxes with plastic wrapped fruit and veggie and everything. Anything that's a touch of plastic gets the small plastic pieces rub off onto that food.
Yeah, one of them big old things.
Bread, anything, chips, bags, anything like that. Soda, drink bottles.
water bottles.
I'm picturing the picture you send me back.
It's everywhere.
Like,
It's in your cereal. Yeah, there's the bag that comes in your cereal box. All your cereal rubs on that and gets plastic, bits of plastic from that. You've got cosmetic containers that are squeezable. There's some chemical that makes plastic movable or squeezable. And it's in that.
Basically, smelly jars.
So it's in your makeup you're putting on your face.
He's opened his eyes.
No plastic.
And it's temperate night is warm.
It's in everything. Much boxes.
Situation where you open your eyes, you're somewhere you don't know. You know what I mean?
They got white lines there saying you're going too close, and they make a noise if you run over them.
Smelly will have opened his eyes.
I was just pulling the car to the right there.
Western Africa.
Brute force, I was going. Stop it wandering.
Alright. Now he's going to have some severe obstacles. But that's why I asked him what's the first thing he would do. And what he answered was
206.9.
Find hash. Because probably on the way to hash is water, food,
Nambour, Maribor exit. No,
all
we're
the
going to
good
go straight.
stuff.
We're not doing Nambour.
The angle.
Let's do it on the way back. I thought it might be
that is a
through
good
it.
choice. Just wherever that leads you. Left, right, don't matter. I feel that. It's a
I like to stick Google Maps on
right on it. Come on. That's a pretty good answer. I'll go with that. Because if your goal was to find water, well, you can do that quickly. It might be over. But if you got the hash, and you hit that, then you get a whole new set of ideas and a new things. It's kind of like, you're a lot freer. Shout non-existent Baltimore. All the peeps out there. Shout out Mr. Rogers. Yo. Is this the guy right here, dude? Shout out Mr. Rogers. The last song was pretty good. Not in that stuff normally. Alright, non-existent. This one we're flying blind in. This might be what Mr. Rogers talked about, or it might not.
I'll have to.
Let's see. Is this it?
Pull over, done.
This one right here. Fire. Well, bucket.
When all these cars passing, I'll just get
I'm right on YouTube, I don't know why.
It's going too slow. It's only doing 80 up here.
That's funny.
My car, get back. Right, I don't even put my foot on the throttle to reach it from 110. I've got to double check the speed limit. See, it's still 110. I think it is. I said 105.
You got that right, Jordan.
Garbage trucks ahead.
Some of these are real angular production style, like the stutter, but kind of cool.
It's a whole keep out for a second. I had the Google Maps thing up there to tell me the speed. There's a toy or Sunshine Coast Airport.
Chasing Gelato, hell yeah.
Could have pulled over there.
Hell yeah, dude.
No, but there's a problem to pull over something with a toilet or something, or a survey or something. I'll stop there. I think it was
This reminds me of another song, though. This is.
Surprised with the signal. So I've got to start every stream with the laptop now. With this fallback screen. Don't start it from the laptop, the fallback screen won't work. sorted. Waste reduction, recycling, get wasted. It's a national park. Cadella or something. I don't know what that means. I know it's national, but I don't know what. Couldn't pronounce that word. Campbell, Jabara, little Aboriginal names. There's like, you can see all the mist hanging on top of the mountains that are around us. I've got 10,000 bit rate. Blackall Range Tourist Drive is what this one's called. So it's a range, mountain range we're going up. Oh, now my dashboard's going up to 683 kilometres left for fuel. Said 400 something. That's the sender in the boot. So that's something for me. I'm going to start buying some parts for this. Like original ones from Ford. And put them away because they're going to be worth a fortune and I won't be able to get them in 10 years' time. Not the XR8, it's the same thing. We're already paying a fortune for them. Yeah.
I don't understand it, but this song sounds like
Airborne Connection. The signal dropped down a bit. But it's fine.
It kind of starts. Out of nowhere, so it's obviously like a recording from a TV.
There was a download that started
or 08 or something.
No, that's only down. Give it a rest for a minute. Yeah, my signal's going. Straight back up. There's a dropout screen. I love that drop-out screen. Saves your life. Saves the stream.
It's not even close to this.
Literally saving the stream.
Way more organic.
If it drops out for too long, you lose your stream. It's starting on.
You can't capture that lightning again, then don't try it.
Imagine if I had more sims.
Really got to try it.
I only run 3, I think you run 6.
To re-record is so tough. That's why I really like doing the Beatles stuff, because it gives you that each time you're trying to like.
I do have the 2 live capture of modems today. I did buy 4, but 2 was stolen at the door.
Ever listen. Yeah, you can listen to it anytime you like. Remember that.
You might go back to normal radio.
The abattoirs where all the cattle and sheep and all the meat was looked after respectfully and dealt with respectfully, and it was sent overseas. They would do it by plane, they would do it many ways. But if you look around and go around Australia and see how many abattoirs we've got left, as soon as it was demanded from other countries that they have live animals and do it their way. And they're not respecting, that. Look, I can't understand anyone who wants to hurt an animal, a child, or anybody.
No, Marie, and you're not alone there, that's for sure. Appreciate you jumping on.
Well, at least it tells people subscribe.
Marie has just shared.
The quality of it, does it look okay?
The text that I've received from many of you as well. Thank you.
Well, I've got that picture of those big magnet things on the side of the car. I'm trying to brand it all the same. And that little watermark up there with the video photography, YouTube, Robot Andy.
700,000 followers on an Instagram page that follows their lives.
That's instead of me paying a graphics designer to do something. But next time, I don't know, I might have to learn some more skills.
September of 2020. So flash forward just over 3.5 years, and their story has even been turned into a book and published by Penguin.
So that fallback screen saved the actual stream.
Maybe brought to an abrupt end. Here we go.
I've noticed when you've been streaming too, you drop out like that. You spins, and then you come back.
Science and Innovation earlier this month. A spokesperson from the department said that it was unlawful to care for a Maggie without a permit. It's alleged that the bird was taken from the wild and kept unlawfully without a permit, without an authority issued by the Department of Science, Environment and Innovation. The animals that are sick, they say, awful or injured, must go to a person who holds a valid rehabilitation permit. Now, obviously, Juliet just thought she was doing the right thing and feels that if she hadn't picked up Molly, Molly would not have survived. The department saying that Juliet should have surrendered Molly, and it should have gone to somebody who has a license and who has demonstrated skills and knowledge and experience in being able to care for native animals. And while they may have a point, you have to wonder whether or not sometimes we just take the rules a little bit too far. If you saw images of this magpie now, it almost thinks it's a dog. There's a photo of the magpie lying on its back with its feet up, like emulating the people beside her. Like they obviously have formed quite a beautiful bond, and you would worry at this point, certainly, if that magpie went back into the wild, it may not survive.
Yeah, I thought I'd get that drop-out screen just to try it.
So at the end of the day, the spokesperson from the department says wild animals must stay wild. It doesn't give the ability to release Molly back into the wild because of the behaviours I mentioned that she's developed. So a process is currently underway to have the magpie placed at a suitable facility. I guess it's a reminder to everyone, perhaps, that you don't raise wild animals as your own. And if the department finds out about it, they will certainly come and take the animal away.
You can't keep a kangaroo. Any wild animals could have licenses for them.
Heading into the newsroom once again, Siobhan Fay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Sophie. The federal government's unveiled revised fuel efficiency standards after fierce criticism from car manufacturers. Hundreds of cattle have died on a live export ship headed for Indonesia. Cruel. There's no suggestion exotic animal disease is involved as the Australian Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestries continues to investigate. $7 for failing to install legally required and compliant smoke alarms in a Russell Island home where 6 people died last year. And a global search is underway for 2 keen scientists willing to spend at least 5 years on a remote island in far north Queensland. In sport, league legend Paul Gallen is hitting back at claims Penrith's Taylor may have been charged with his
beaches on the way up. Maybe more time, more kilometres.
Around the southeast corner this afternoon. If you are on the roads, a reminder that school zones are in effect, and you
might get a hotel room somewhere, or I might just
sleep in the city. It's 22 degrees. For our listeners, 4-hour showers also hanging around today. It's currently 27.
Traffic is something. Click on audio and
so it says 22 in the car.
Been a multi-vehicle crash on Grenard Road and Beatty Road outbound just before the Bow Desert Road intersection. In Riverview, there's been a crash for the Ipswich motorway outbound in the left shoulder. Delays are back to Redbank. On the M1, there's been a crash northbound at the Coomera River Bridge. Delays are stretching back to Oxenford. And there's been a crash in Bowen Hills Street, Abbotsford Road, the on-ramp there. I'm Tim Berg on Brisbane's traffic leader, 4BC.
Connect with Brisbane's 4BC online. Listen live, watch live, have your say
today and hear podcasts of your favourite shows. 4bc.com.au.
For a cause close to your heart,
this is sort of like resting too. You're not really doing much, but just driving and sitting down. Sick of lifting things in the car and cleaning it up and making sure, you had to make sure all the cat trays and enough cat food there for them. I paid my nephew a bit of money to look after them, to feed them and clean the trays and stuff for me. Maybe next time he might be able to come to me with I want to go to that car meet that's like 3-4 days out at Leyburn. One I've got on my stream on the front page there. That's another camping one, but there's no power there. I don't think so. Last time I went was about 5 years ago. I camped there. It was really cold. Like -3 in the morning. It's sort of like before winter ends. It's like in the middle of Queensland. I don't know what the signal would be like. Have to go up to Toowoomba and then go in another 4 hours or something, 5 hours, 4 hours. But I want to stream that out there. That's in August, I think. The next serve I'll pull over and go to the tour. Have something to eat, maybe. Or just get some with food. Still 110. Can't believe it's been 110 all this way.
Just after hearing me speak there before the break, and then obviously the headlines are talking about the live export of cattle. Phil's joining us on the line from Emu.
Most likely.
Hi, Phil.
Hello.
If I'm still in the car.
Yes, I'd just like to make a couple of comments.
In the tents, I'm probably going to leave the stream on. So I worked out every day the event starts at 10 a.m. and it doesn't finish like just before 10 p.m. and it's over 3 days. So that's for 30 hours of streaming over 3 days, just the event. So there's a 12-hour VOD there. So I wouldn't start a stream. I'd have to start a new stream at roughly 10 o'clock in the morning. You know what I mean? Whatever stream I do overnight, I just end it 9 o'clock or something. Start a new one. So I get that 12 hours in. I'm going to be exhausted after, I think. There's a real big area to cover, walk around. There are scooters and things, but you can't use the scooters in the actual precinct. Precinct to precinct. This guy zooming up his ass. Yeah, we'll stop at the... I haven't seen one for a long time.
The electricity to be able to have the fridges to be able to... We also know that a lot of it comes down to the religion and the way that the animal has to be slaughtered, and the time in which it needs to be slaughtered, and the way in which it needs to be slaughtered, and so it all means that we're a part of it. Being left-wing or not, I don't think really comes into it from my perspective anyway. Alan's on the line from Quran and Downs after his Maggie and Molly. Hi, Alan.
Hi, Joe. Look, I just didn't see the stupidity of these do-gooders and they want to take this poor bird away. They say wild animals must be kept in the wild. Well, what's their definition of wild? That bird hasn't had the chance to be wild. It's never known what being wild is. And now, all they're doing is putting a huge amount of stress on not only the poor bird, but the dog as well.
Yeah.
Separating. it's just, you should just leave things alone.
Yeah, it's interesting, Alan, because while we were talking, Mia has really pointed out something that is really quite clever, that she's put these two things together. She says, so the government is happy to remove a perfectly healthy rescued bird, but is quite or happy to let sheep and cattle die agonising and cruel deaths at sea. And it's so true. We have absolutely no rhyme or reason about the way we choose to go about things sometimes.
I don't really want to drink much alcohol.
Those poor animals, they need to be together.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. Nice to hear from you this afternoon. You take care. Sounds like you're on the road today. Just after having Tim in here too, singing for us, Tim Friedman. So many of you sending me through texts. Just quickly. Melinda says, I make hamburgers, one of my favourite songs ever. Tim and the Whitlams Can Do No Wrong. Jimmy says, excited to hear Tim's new album.
Got a couple of cards of songs through.
Artists play country music songs. It's incredible. Yeah, it's so true. And then a great email.
So we got Wednesday, tomorrow morning set up.
Came in from David, who's
Thursday is like a free day, and then Friday's the event.
Playing in Itchy Feet at my high school in Sydney back in the 80s. And so
10 a.m. Friday, 10 a.m. Saturday, 10 a.m.
He goes, you picked it straight away.
And you can check out Monday at 10 a.m.
He was in a band called Itchy Feet. He said it was a star band. It was his first year of uni, and then they'd go and play for high school students. So obviously you were one of them, David. Thank you for sharing that memory.
You're listening to Afternoons with Sophie Formica on 4.
Coming to Channel 9 and 9 Now tonight, 7:30pm. I'm sure you've seen the ads already. It's Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars. Now, it's a bold, really great concept that's already broadcast in the UK and the US and done incredibly well. Now we're going to see it on our screens in Australia. If you picture the ingredients of your favourite food show and you mix in a bit of Shark Tank, then you're on the right track. Contestants will be looking to impress Gordon Ramsay alongside Aussie business mogul Janine Ellis, who's got a bit of a history when it comes to creating a food and beverage empire. We know her as the founder of Boost Juice Australia. So each of them has Thank you. I've got to say, Janine, when I saw this pop up and you were a part of it, it seemed like
it was a lot of fun. When Gordon, even though he's no free chef, there's cooking, he's actually an incredible businessman, and particularly in the food area.
Yeah.
And I'm highly supportive, as is Gordon. So it was actually like a really good match of two people who don't take themselves too seriously, can have a laugh, but also want to win.
I was going to say that actually, that the two of you do strike me as potentially two of the most competitive people on the planet.
But in a very sporty, Gordon, the level that he was easily, and it felt like we were basically on the netball court or the soccer field.
But it's taking all of those skills and the experience that you both have to be able to find the gem, right?
Yeah, look, we've both been in business for over 20 years, so we've seen it all, so I think very little surprises.
What? I got 16,000 bit rate. What's going on?
Standing in front of people
17,000 bit rate. What? No, I'm at 10,000. That was weird.
I'd love you to just take us through the format a little bit, because there are 14 spots that are up for grabs, and then from those 14, you each choose one. Is that how it works?
Yeah, correct. So basically 30 people
there we go. Gimpy, 33, Rockhampton, 500 kilometres to go,
and
madness.
That team that we have then goes up against each other in Food Stars. And so then they have challenges.
That's a good 5 hours driving.
The team that loses comes into our office.
Could do it in about 6.
Then someone goes home at the end of the day. So if I lose, then I pick the person who goes home. If Gordon loses, he picks the person.
My famous last
words. So through this competition process, though, you're both looking for something that can be taken to market. Is
like
they get $250,000, but they also get a hedging every 4 8 years.
Probably don't really
mentorship. So yeah, we don't invest in their business.
better signal in here anyway. I got the laptop holder and everything.
Just give them money and let them do what they want with it.
How can you possibly have enough hours in the day at the moment, Janine, to be able to continue to do all that you do personally, and you're a mum and you're running a household and all of those sorts of things, and be mentoring all of these different elements that you've now found yourself being a part of?
I got another big box with
and now you'll have another one on your plate.
A bunch of kitchen utensils and utensils and things like that. Tea and stuff. Tea towels. Plates and cups.
What do I need to achieve? And off you go. I think you just get on with it. I think I cannot imagine a time where I'd ever
just have to take some things out to get to the stuff.
The stimulation of business.
So worst comes to worst, I can just go and buy a piece of meat or something.
The length of a day is the same for all of us. It's what you do with those hours that count.
Probably rather do that
when a show like this airs, it would be great inspiration for people who are watching at home who might have something that they've always cooked, they've always prepared, a spice mix that they do, who feel like, oh, that could be something that might be marketable, but they never feel like that their idea is good enough.
Range or down a range?
Look, I hope that's the case, because, at the end of the day, I've never made it. I wasn't
trucks stopped down the road.
Cooking, or it was really this idea that when I started getting into it, that I sort of discovered what I was made of was what I was capable of.
Not like American truck stuff.
And the customers will tell you pretty quick if the product's no good or not. So people just get so caught up in analysis paralysis, they don't get started. It's only when you start that you actually know either one way or the other. So my advice is that get started, but don't also believe your parents and your friends. Ask customers before they bring you a product.
Have you reached a point now where it's difficult for you to go anywhere or walk down the street without people coming up to you to pitch a great idea or pick your brain about their business venture?
Oh, look, it happens now and then. I think genuinely Australians are really respectful. I don't know about the UK. I look at the UK and the US. I live on the northern beaches. Everyone's got no shoes on, and everyone's more interested in the surfboard you're riding than what you do. So I don't seem to get too much of that, which is nice.
Will we get to see all of the colours of Gordon Ramsay's personality?
Completely. Yeah, no, he was Gordon at his best, so he's, the thing is, people think he's this bombastic and aggressive. He's actually just passionate, and it comes through just wanting to get it.
It's dry.
And sometimes
language, you find yourself slipping into the same kind of vernacular. It's like playing tennis. Did you have a couple of F-bombs slip, Janine?
Oh, yes. You do. I even came home with my husband going, F and this and F and that. I'm going, what am I doing?
Looks like there's no service between here and
you don't hear it after a while, because he does. It's not that he puts it on. It's just part of his, it's like, it's a nice effing day.
Well, we will look forward to it all unfolding, not only for the great ideas, but for the personality I'm sure that we'll see from the both of you as you mentor these people and you come up with the winners by the end of the series. Congratulations on another show. It's a big deal to have another big, primetime program. So good on you personally for that as well.
No, thank you. I'm really excited about it. I'm really proud of the show. Actually, I think it's a ripper.
Thanks for talking to us this afternoon.
My pleasure. Thanks a lot.
There you go. So Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars with Janine Ellis premieres tonight on 9 and 9 now. You'll catch it at 7:30.
They tried to make me go to rehab.
They hardly play music on this talk show.
her untimely death at just 27. So guess what? Caller 27 this afternoon will be our winner on 133 882.
Reflect your style and add luxury to your home with Reflect Mirrors. Over 240 square metres of mirrors in one location. Mirrors for every style and every space. Reflect Mirrors, Ludwich Road, Windsor. Monarch Residences
camera on the left.
Address celebrates relaxed luxury riverfront living with inner city convenience. Taking spectacular views with the 130-metre riverfront. Live in luxury with premium floor plans and architecture, and make the most of inner city living in a truly connected location only 3 kilometres from the Brisbane CBD. Final 3 and 4 bedroom residences and penthouse are now selling under construction with completion anticipated by the end of 2025. To inquire, visit monarchresidences.com.au. Animal Welfare League Queensland's Sweeter Than Any Bunny Easter Adoption Sale is on now until Sunday, April 7. The adoption fees for adult cats is down to just $29 and adult dogs to just $99. So why not open your hearts and your home to a sweet new forever friend? Because when you choose to adopt a shelter pet, you save 2 lives, the pet you adopt and the next homeless animal you help make room for. To find out more, visit awlqld.com.au.
The all-electric Lexus RZ is available now with an exhilarating offer. And with Encore Platinum Owners Benefits, there's no reason to look any further. Enjoy a complimentary home charger and installation, a 3-year ChargeBox subscription, and more. Contact your local dealer today. Charging stations at selected locations. Home charger supplied and installed by JetCharge. Eligibility restrictions apply. See jetcharge.com.au for T&Cs and lexus.com.au/encore for details.
G'day, Dean Hook from Hook Modular Homes, Brisbane's leading granny flat builder. Our customers often tell us what a difference their granny flats make to their lives.
Some of my friends only see their grandparents at Christmas, but I can visit every day. I know they're okay, and I'm here if they need me.
Looking at having your family closer? We can help with an on-site granny flat built with the highest quality workmanship. Book HOEK-modularhomes.com, a family-owned business building for families. QBCC 1169135.
Universities matter because of what matters to us.
Petrol stations. Okay. Go to the toilet first, hopefully. I'll have something to eat in the Tasmanian line. And then after that, maybe I'll get a cup of coffee. What's the petrol here? $1.89. McDonald's up the other right?
To the phones.
I'll wait till Gimpy.
Good afternoon to you.
I could check in, I suppose.
Good afternoon.
I was going to go to it first.
Beautiful afternoon.
Well, there you go, Joanne. You're off
Signal
to the movies.
wise.
Oh, awesome.
Do you love it?
Fantastic.
Do you love the music of Amy Winehouse? She certainly left some great music behind, didn't she?
Yeah. It's a shame about her.
I know. That's the thing. You know, it's from the heights to that worldwide fame, and then of course the very public spiral.
There's Matilda
that led to that
from the Olympic Games.
Laid out, I think, in this movie.
Giant kangaroo. See if I can park right
back
in
to
front.
black. So stay on the line, Joanne. We'll get some details from you.
A preview of what's coming up on 4BC Drive.
Peter Gleeson's joining me in the studio now, fresh from fangirling over Tim Freeman. Yes, I've got his topic.
Brother, the Whitmans were his favourite, and I was just recounting how Daryl used to go along to a lot of his
Giant
shows.
Madonna.
And I
I'll
didn't
take that
realise
thing off.
that he was
Take the camera off for a second.
for 4 years.
Yeah, Toy So Anti-Gay.
Show you.
Wow, there you go.
I sent a picture and a little bit of video, and I sent some through to Scott Sattler, and I sent one to my husband already of Tim and I together, and I said to my new best friend Tim Freeman.
Yeah, that's a great song. And of course, you know, Scotty Sattler, who's a terrific guy. His dad, famous broken jaw in NRL history.
Absolutely.
Giant kangaroo.
Absolutely it was. No, a really lovely way to wrap up the show today. What have you got for us after 3?
We're going to talk to David Littleproud, of course, the Nationals leader. There's this motion that's been split up.
I just got to go to the toilet. I'll be back in a minute to find everything else. Lights are on, that's what it was.
Got some junk food instead. I don't think I'll be able to get my sandwich out the bait. I've got a mixed steak on it. And Matilda, yeah. The hell's on this? Oh, I was playing on that. Sound like a horse. It is too. I have insulin. So have to give me a minute. Rubbish. I bought a double quarter pounder. Shouldn't have. But hey, I'm on holidays. And I can't get a drink out the boot anyway, so I'm Pepsi in. So, insulin. What do I do with my bag with the insulin? Oh, here it is. Look at those freaking horses again. What the hell? Bloody hell. The radio on. Sorry for being so long, I had to go to the toilet and I stood in line. There was a pie shop in there, but I went to that Yatla pie down the Gold Coast, or halfway down the Gold Coast, and it didn't taste too great. There we go. Rapid. And you don't want to see my insulin level at the moment, madness. It's 14, not, right? That's high. I don't even have to prick my finger, madness. But I still have to stab myself with this bastard.
Living while staying social and active. Priced from $340,000 to $1.7 million with no exit fees or stamp duty. Plus buy now and enjoy a $5,000 Ingenia holiday voucher on us. So stop waiting, start living. Search online for.
So I was like 15 there, and all these this fast food's got so much. It's like 60 or 80 grams or 100 grams of carbs in that. So we got to bump that insulin, but I can't bump it up over what that said too much because you don't really do it that way. But to cope with the carbs, okay, I'll go 16, but don't forget I'm eating heaps of carbs.
Rain in Brisbane getting down to 21 degrees overnight.
And if it stays up any higher, I'll just pull over and give myself some more
A
insulin.
shower or two Thursday, 21 to 27. A shower or two Friday, 20 to 28. On the bay, winds up to 15 knots, seas below 1 metre. It's 22 degrees at Amelie.
You see it high and just don't keep it high. You've got to
News leader, 882.
get it down. Okay. Got extra salt too. Chips are actually hot. And they need seasoning. Now I was watching a thing last night about these fries. Not just McDonald's or any of these fast food joints. They get nanoplastics in your potatoes too. And it's actually not, you think it'd be just like potato starch and something else in your potatoes, but it's not. There's like all this other shit.
Big show coming up. We've got top cop Andrew Massingham. He'll be coming in to talk about the latest plans to curb the youth crime crisis, the inroads that they're making, if in fact they are making any inroads. We've also got Nationals leader David Littleproud. He's going to talk about a vote that's happening as we speak in the House of Representatives on breaking up the domination of Coles and Woolies. Now,
yeah, you do
the likelihood is that will not get up But it's interesting that
you're
in
the
fact
fast food girl, aren't you?
Right now, and it's also interesting that you've got political leaders in this country who are so concerned about the domination of Woolies and Coles.
Especially when you're in the car.
Gouging, and we know that
living in the car, you had no choice, really.
That it's actually being tabled in Parliament. But for now, let's get stuck into what's making news today.
Lyle, Gary and Mark, Bill McDonald,
only reason I'm eating them now is because they're actually hot.
All live, all local, 4BC.
Well, the wet weather continues unabated around the southeast, and with that, it's important to slow down on the roads. If you're on the roads, do yourself a favour. I sound like Wally Meldrum. Slow down. The QPS have issued a warning heading into Easter. Now, we've had about 19 mil in the past 4 hours here in Brizzy. We're expecting another 30-odd millimetres over the next 24 hours. The forecast for Easter is pretty good. It'll be sort of murky and gloomy.
Rainy all this anyway.
Not spectacular sunny days, but we won't be getting any rain. Here's what Top Cop
got all these carbs and I've got diet
said
drink
earlier today about the police presence on the roads leading into Easter.
Trying to watch my figure.
To get away and enjoy Queensland, but please drive to the conditions and make sure that
I
you
lost
do
5
not
kgs last week.
Get fatigued when you're driving and take those breaks. The last thing I want to assure Queenslanders, and I want to assure everyone,
I like the Burger King ones. I know in America, your Burger King ones.
So if you're going to choose to do the wrong thing here in this state, if you're going to opt to take risks that are going to put yourself and others in harm's way, we will be looking for you, and we will take action.
So there you go. That was Top Cop Andrew Pilotto, and we say it every year, and it's just so important leading into Easter, leading into the Christmas school holidays, leading into the September school holidays, the July school holidays. Slow down.
Do that.
That's the best tip I can give you this week. Slow down, especially in the next 24 hours.
If you look at that,
the weather is pretty ordinary.
Usually the meat hangs out over the bun, so they just make the buns smaller.
If it's 100k or 110k, just do 95, do 105, just 5k less. Will make a huge difference in any circumstance where things get a little bit hairy. This is extraordinary, this story, and something's got
one thing I didn't lose my taste buds.
A New South Wales woman has been fined for failing to install...
The other day I did get a Hungry Jack's burger and I went to eat it.
After that terrible fire...
It tasted a bit funny and I thought, that was probably the COVID.
Donna Rose Bedell...
But I still had taste buds.
...a home on Russell Island in Moreton Bay near Brisbane, and it burned to the ground.
That was the only problem I had.
Cleveland Magistrate Deborah Vasta handed down the maximum fine of $667.
I had to force myself to eat it.
That's not a typo. $667 for failing to comply with smoke alarm legislation. She said...
He didn't eat anything for like 3-4 days.
It's not for me to comment on the laws. And by just saying that, she commented on the laws. Clearly, she has a problem with the figure of $667, as I would imagine
get on the road
every
soon.
Single person within the community.
I could do that Google Map thing.
34, his boys, they died after this early morning blaze, and it tore through their Todman Street.
Excuse me for eating in front of you.
The children's mother, Samantha Stevenson, and another woman survived after fleeing as the 2-storey home was engulfed in flames. As I said, can you believe?
Bunderberg. Not Underberg, dickhead. Bunderberg. 2 hours and 30 minutes away. Is that all? $213 kilometres, I reckon. I thought it was like 500. But when we saw that sign, I can't have done 250k since then. Get me greasy fingers off my fat head out of the way of the camera.
After flagrantly ignoring smoke alarm laws...
This has got climate too. No, hang on.
I just don't get it. I just, for the life of me,
that's got navigation too.
Whoever drafted that legislation needs to go back to the drawing board. We need to look at this.
So your car knows where you're going and take the forward stake and information from you.
The gravity of the tragedy and meets community expectations. At the very least, that woman should have either copped a 3 or 6 month jail term or a fine.
Oh yeah, so up here we got to turn off.
$66,000.
Oh yeah, it's not that far away.
Legislation. And we know that the governor fair income about smoke alarm legislation.
You go the other way, 45 minutes slower.
Everywhere. If you don't comply with smoke alarm legislation by the appropriate date, which I think is, I've got a feeling it's April 1, might be July 1. It's soon. If you don't comply, you will face the wrath of the law. But why have a law that is so ineffective, has so lack of, grunt?
Just had me confused because we went through that about 20 minutes ago, or half an hour ago. We went through that 500 kilometre side of Bunderberg.
If they're caught. I mean, it just beggars belief. That
you might even get there in a few hours.
This particular woman gets away with a $667 fine, and yet we've got the revenue raisers out there, the Department of Transport, main roads, nabbing us for doing, 66 in a 60 zone. Basically taking your eye off the road or taking your focus off the road, which can happen. And this sort of rubbish happens. Extraordinary. More than 100 Australian cattle have died on this live export ship to Indonesia, and I know it's created a lot of debate in the community. And they say it's one of the highest mortality rates ever reported on an Australian cattle shipment. I will raise this with David Littleproud shortly, because he is the leader of the National Party, and it's the National Party who represents the farmers of this country. The Australian Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry has confirmed a number of cattle deaths were reported. A departmental spokesperson would not confirm the exact number, but said there was no suggestion that exotic animal disease is involved, such as foot and mouth or lumpy skin disease. The department is investigating the deaths, and under Australian regulations, an exporter must notify the government if a consignment's mortality rate is greater than 0.5% or 3 head of cattle within 12 hours. And the spokesperson said, we've been notified by a commercial exporter of an incident involving cattle deaths on a live export vessel exporting to Indonesia. It's a very contentious issue, live exports. And we know that the Greens and certainly animal welfare advocates are red hot on this. It's a big story. We'll keep an eye on it, and I'll certainly be putting the circumstances to David Littleproud very, very shortly.
That's right, still there. Actually, okay. Yeah, if anyone's a diabetic out there, don't do what I just did. Bit of garbage. Coming from a diabetic. Greasy fingers. Once I'm up there, I can probably eat it. More healthier. I'll buy that shit. Get out, get out.
Nationals leader David Littleproud will join me very shortly to talk about this supermarket legislation. As I said, I'll put to him the live export story that's emerged in the past 24 hours. Stick around at 17 past 3.
So I'm at 192 here.
Take the next left onto Mary Valley Link Road.
Way outbound, just passing Watland Street overpass, delays building. At Kingston, a crash for Kingston Road outbound on the Bega Road roundabout, and a crash on the Pacific Motorway.
In 50 metres, at the roundabout, take the 4th exit and stay on Mary Valley Link Road.
Review, that's in the left shoulder, and roadworks continue for Gympie Road at Kedron. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Tim Berg on 4BC.
When you tell your friends about something you've heard on 4BC, but they can hear it too.
Exit the roundabout onto Mary Valley Link Road. In 200 metres, at the roundabout, take the first exit onto the Bruce Highway, M1 ramp.
Yeah, obviously there's a lot of excitement and a lot of people keen to get their name on it.
Okay. I'm gone.
All I can say for now is that youths are required to be tough, brick wall tough, so I'll be putting my best foot forward and hope...
Exit the roundabout onto the slip road. Continue for 1 kilometre.
Register your interest at kia.com.au.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Right now with Uber, get up to 10 weeks free when you join on eligible products, plus up to 700 everyday rewards dollars. T's and C's apply. For award-winning help.
In 600 metres, merge onto Bruce Highway, M1.
Economic Director David Kosh with golden opportunity to save on private health insurance.
Well, if you're on a gold health insurance policy, you may be paying for things you don't need right now. Silver may have you covered without the extra cost.
Savings on a silver platter.
When every dollar counts, this could really make a difference.
Silver isn't always second best. Wake up to West Australia. Visit Compare Market to see the range of brands and products we compare. Simple.
Have you ever wondered why we play music and show photos at funerals? It's a ritual which dates back well over 100 years and is meant to allow us to access our feelings whilst remembering someone close to us. Sometimes they're happy memories and sometimes they're sad, but they're special to you so they matter. It's all part of the service Alex Gow Funerals provide that helps create a more meaningful funeral ceremony.
Alex Gow Funerals, family funeral care since 1840.
Want relief from menopause symptoms? Take Harmony Menopause Max. It helps relieve hot flushes, night sweats, fatigue, irritability and muscle aches. Harmony, the #1 menopause brand in pharmacy. Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
You're actually supposed to do 80 k's an hour.
Big Easter sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of Toyo tyres. Hop in and get the power of a sweet deal on Toyo tyres for your car or SUV. Buy 3 and get 1 free.
I'm just sticking at 100 k's an hour.
Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres right now at Tyre Power. Get the power to have a safe Easter on the road with Tyre Power's Big Easter sale. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner. Until 6, this is Drive with Peter Gleeson on Brisbane's 4BC.
Thanks for your company here on 4BC Drive. Always appreciate you joining me. It is a bit of a dreary old afternoon in the River City, 21 minutes past 3. John from Goodna has called in. John, you've got an issue that you want to raise about the placement of speed signs around Goodna.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, around Goodna, you can go from Goodna to Red Bank Plaza, and probably about every 300 or 400 metres there's a sign telling you what speed you should be, which is good, because it goes from 60 to 70. Now, I've been to Toowoomba 3 or 4 times in the last couple of weeks.
Just in like 45 minutes or something, I'll check it again.
80 to 70 to 60, backwards and forwards, and there's really only one sign, so you forget which speed limit you're at. And then today, there's a senior police officer in Victoria been fined $336 at one point for doing 57 50 zone because he thought he was in a 60 zone.
Thought he was in a 60 zone.
And he had the cruise control on, and he admitted he did wrong. That's the point. You sometimes don't know which speed limit you're supposed to be in.
Yeah.
And also, before 9 in the morning and after 3 in the afternoon, the people on the road, the mind changes, and you haven't got time to watch your speed limit because you're watching people.
Yeah. Well, John, what's the answer to? Is there sort of like maybe a colour-coded system on the edge of the road?
Well, I thought something like that, but that's probably cheaper than signs.
Yeah.
Because the GPS doesn't always tell you what the speed limit is.
Got a signal instead of a double.
Most of the time it does, but not always. So I reckon something like that. Maybe every K.
Yeah. Wasn't really that enjoyable.
It's red. That means 60. You know. I think they've got something similar in the States.
All right.
I've seen different colours.
Probably put it on the road in the USA.
Good stuff. Hey, John, appreciate the call. Got a few coming in.
I've brought a couple of loads of low-carb bread with me.
From Carindale. You got some thoughts on this paltry, disgraceful, and it's not the magistrate's fault, it's the legislation, this fine for that terrible tragedy over on Russell Island.
10K zone's just ending.
Good afternoon, Peter. It's lunacy. I've just gotten a quote for installing interconnected, which they have to be, the photoelectronic, whatever they are. I think there's 6 of them, and it's $900 odd.
Yep.
So the
fine is less than it costs you to install them.
Exactly.
That's insane.
That does not make sense.
No. And I think you'll find, Anne, that a lot of people will jerry to that. They'll cotton on to that, and they'll probably take the easy option and say, oh, well, if I get caught and I get fined, the maximum, it's less than actually having to shell out, which means that they're presiding over a home that is a time bomb.
And therein lies the issue.
The car in front bloody slow, right?
You got to live with it on your conscience the rest of your life that the poor decision you made has taken someone else's life.
Correct. A detour or something.
No, indeed. I just find it farcical, Anne, that we've got a situation where you can be, as I said, you can have your mobile phone sitting between your legs. That's constituted as being against the law.
It's got to be on a holder.
You don't install the appropriate smoke alarm compliance, and 6 people die, and you get fined $667. I've never seen a more horrid,
new highway they've built
piece of legislation.
It is lunacy.
Totally. All right, Anne, great to hear from you. All right, take care. All the best. Greg from Beenleigh. Your thoughts, Greg?
Yeah, good day, Pete. Just ringing up, I don't know whether you're aware, I travel up to the Gold Coast every day. Up to the Sunshine Coast.
Yep.
And it's being advertised up there on a lot of the radio stations. The Airpole Boonery service stations now offering afterpay.
They're offering afterpay, Greg.
Yep. Now, I don't know whether it's the fuel or just the food. You'd have to think it'd be a bit dodgy with the fuel to be like,
Oh, that's dodgy.
But either way, it's not a good sign of the times, is it?
No, well, Afterpay's, I can see its benefit in some instances, but when you're starting to think about Afterpay, you're starting to think that you shouldn't be able to afford it in the first place.
Yes, exactly. It's a worry.
Yeah.
What are we going to have next? Domino's Pizzas Afterpay.
Yeah. Well, don't discount it, Greg. If the fellow who runs Domino's Pizzas listening to the show, I'm sure he'll be straight on the blower to his board saying, let's think about it, because you're right. It's very dodgy. Fancy having to walk in and pay $25 for a bit of tucker at a servo and having to put it on Afterpay.
Yeah, I mean, I understand times are tough, but I don't think this is only going to exacerbate the situation. People are just going to get into debt.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
All right.
They'll think, I'll go and fuel my car up, and I'll just put it on Afterpay, and they can't afford to repay it.
Yeah, crazy stuff. Yeah. Thanks for the call, Greg.
See ya.
Take care. Now, Steve from Bribey Island says, I've just had my smoke alarms upgraded to be compliant, but this is what it says on the QFES website. All existing private homes, townhouses and units require photoelectric interconnected smoke alarms by 1 January 2027. So it looks like you've got until 2027 to get them installed. I wonder why it's such a long lead time.
I'm amazed it's still going.
We might get that checked out. I mean, I thought it was actually April or July this year, and I've seen cars driving around, obviously touting for business, saying get your smoke alarms in now, you're running out of time.
Probably more surveys up here anyway.
But 2027 does seem a fair way away. Jeff from Deebing Heights, you there, Jeff?
Yes, mate, I am, mate.
Good, mate, good. What do you want to have a yarn about?
Make it a loophole in our insurance.
What's that loophole?
Mate, I missed my payments on my home and contents and car were due the 28th of February, and under financial difficulty I couldn't pay it. So I rang them up this morning and said, listen, I need to know we're covered. When do I have to pay this payment before my policy gets cancelled? So she looked in the computer and she said, if this payment isn't made by the 13th of April, your policy will be cancelled. I said, oh, that's good. So I said, so I'm still covered as long as I pay it before the 30th of April. She said, not necessarily. So what do you mean? She said, well, your policy isn't going to be cancelled if you don't pay it by the 13th of April. But if you make a claim between now and the 13th of April, can't guarantee you'll pay your claim.
What was the reason for that?
Consideration.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to consideration. I said, what's consideration? She said, well, there's no black and white thing I can tell you.
Hey, Jeff.
So yeah?
Just stick around after 4. I've got a horror story from someone involved with an insurance company. I'll go into a bit of the detail. The more I hear about insurance companies, the more I lose respect for them. They are a law unto themselves in this country. And let's not forget, they made $2 billion profit in the last financial year in this country. It's almost as if they are judge and jury on what constitutes being covered and what's not. You there, Jeff?
I would think by the letter of the law, if I took it to court, if my policy isn't cancelled and I've got until a certain date before my policy is cancelled, to my way of thinking, I'm still covered between now and then. And if I don't pay then, well, that's my fault. But to say, if you have a claim, it'll come under consideration. I said, what does consideration mean?
Yeah, that basically means you're in trouble. If they're talking about consideration, Jeff, that means you're in trouble. That means you may not get your claim approved.
I'll pay it. Yeah. If my house burns down, they won't.
Yeah.
How can they get away with that?
Well,
told me my policy will not be cancelled.
How much is this fine?
So in my way, I'm thinking,
$199, $189.
I just have to pay the money before it's cancelled. I either have a valid policy.
That's enough. Exactly. Yeah, you make a great point. But that's what I'm saying. There's this arbitrary decision-making process within insurance companies where they rely on the T's and C's and an act of God and all this sort of caper. They're constantly trying to weasel their way out. Therein lies the problem. Jeff, I'll keep going. Coming up to the news, I've got Annette from Warner. You've got some intel on the firearms legislation.
Yeah, my understanding, Pete, is that it's 27 for homeowners, and this year, I think it's July, like you said, for investment properties and rentals.
Okay.
Okay, just turn that off while I'm not in the car. Won't be long. I've got $22 in it. How many litres? 11.59 litres. hole.
Eagle Farm. Find out more on the website bubshop.com.au, but exercise your right and insist on the repairer of your choice.
Diamonds International is the home of the white diamond, but we're also home to all the colours of the rainbow. With a stunning range of coloured precious stones, from stunning blue and yellow sapphires, red rubies, green emeralds, morganites and aquamarines.
Fucker. Let me have a cut. It's supposed by law.
Our range of coloured gemstones and diamond rings will
Planes are virgin.
glamour and individuality to your style. Diamonds International, Shellside, Carindale and our flagship Brisbane City store.
Remind me, Chief. How many years now has Budget Direct won CalStar's Insurer of the Year award? You've always been good with the numbers, Chief.
Budget Direct, CalStar's Insurer of the Year 3 years in a row.
Insurance with Budget Direct.
Issue auto and general
Every place reckons they got the best pies.
TMD awards. Info at budgetdirect.com.au to see if products suit individual circumstances and policy terms may vary. Compare for yourself.
Take on the farm this footy season with the Ladbrokes popular same-day content. See which bits are trending at punters.
Well, Bunderberg's got beaches and stuff too, so probably might as well just go bloody up there. What time is it? 3:35. So it'll be 5, maybe 6 o'clock. We don't stop. 6 p.m. I've got 12 hours away or something.
Plenty of texts coming in on a whole range of issues. Mel says you can already use PayPal.
Looks like I'm probably going to go up there.
Purchase from Domino's. we actually were talking about maybe that'll be the next thing. It's already in place. Tim says you can afterpay for almost everything at Ampol Fooderies, including your fuel and most in-store purchases. Exclusions on prepaid or postpaid phone and internet vouchers, transport tickets, electric vehicle charging, fuel pay, and tobacco. So they're the exclusions. But other than that, you can get on the nod, which is a good old race course terminology.
Straight on that thing so high.
So you pay for it there, and then you pay for it later at another date when you got the cash. Slippery slope. I don't know. It's like the lay-by situation.
Worse than a credit
back
card.
in the 70s and 80s, but I just get a sense that it's dangerous. Jess says you can.
I don't know anything on my credit card.
And with the Afterpay card, you can buy fuel. I use Afterpay like a credit card. If we need to top up shop during the week, I can DoorDash my groceries as I can't drive, and then I pay it off on payday.
Fallback screen.
Afterpay has helped me as a low-income earner. I do work. We just got to only get what we need. So Jess is suggesting that
McDonald's.
Jess is a male in this situation. Loves Afterpay, and it helps.
They're everywhere
in certain situations. Jill from Eaton's Hill, you've got some insight on fire alarms.
Yes.
Well, it still says Brockhampton's 448 kilometres away.
I can't see why that woman, the lessor of the
We've got 190 here.
Down, and all those people that have been charged with manslaughter. Surely.
Bunderberg. Still says 2 hours, 15 minutes. No, we'll see if that sign's a fucking lie.
Half an hour. And I'll just write this down, and I'll ask him that question, because you're right. Prima facie, there's a case against this woman for negligence.
Yes. I mean, you hear about people who kill pedestrians and other drivers in road accidents that they're responsible for, and they're charged with manslaughter.
So it doesn't add up the kilometres.
This is worse.
Indeed. It's a great point.
Frankly.
Yep, I agree. Thanks, Jill. Appreciate the call.
Thank you, Peter.
No worries. Nicole says, my mum's 90. She can't afford $1,000 for smoke alarms on a pension. How can pensioners do this without it costing so much? Maybe that's the reason we've got such a long lead in, Nicole, which is for owner-occupiers in 2027, the idea being that if it is, and it is, I got mine done the other day, 1,100. So I think that was for 7 separate areas within the house. Every bedroom needs one of them. One in the kitchen, one in the Yeah, it certainly costs a pretty penny. Steve from the Sunshine Coast said, we all want a safe Easter holiday weekend. But
it's 183 over here, just paid 7 cents dearer.
All I'm seeing is parked speed cameras on the main roads. Yeah, look, I'm sure it'll be all hands on deck. Steve,
I would have to go over there to
get Easter period. It always is with the cops. But of course, we've got this problem here in Queensland, haven't we? The retention rate for police officers in the state is as bad as anywhere in the country.
50
because
cents.
They're frustrated, they're upset, they're overworked, in many cases underpaid, and they see in the way in which youth offenders in the state, there's a revolving door policy within the judicial system, and so they get, angry. I was going to say something else then, which wouldn't have gone down very well on radio, but they get angry. And that's one of the reasons that the retention rate with police in this state is nowhere near what it should be. Scott from Kalanga. Scott, you want to comment on land valuations in the Moreton Bay region?
Yeah, hey Gleeso, how are you?
Terrific, Scott.
That's good. Yeah, mate, received it today. So I just want to let people know out there that across the Moreton City region that they may be they will be receiving their owner-occupiers will be receiving their land valuations either via post or via email, as I did today. And a bit of a shock. It's gone up considerably. So that's obviously going to now put pressure on rates. So we might see rate increases coming over the next 12 months.
Scott, without going into figures, what sort of percentage increase have you seen on your property?
Actually, I haven't worked out into percent, but I'm happy to give you the what figure increase that we had. I'm just on a basic building block, older suburban style Kalanga. People would know the area quite well. 40 to 50-year-old estate. 600 and my value has gone up 140,000 from last year. So you could be seeing a 10 to 15% rate rise come next year if council decide to pass on that full valuation in full. So you can object, and I guess that's what I'm looking at the moment, because there's houses in and around me that have sold for certain amounts that I then equate back to how much it would cost to rebuild the property, and then equate it into, and then add it into whatever the land valuation is, and they're coming up a little bit short with some of their valuation. So I will query it, and I may even put a objection in. But just other residents out there, they'll receive them in the post, and if you want to object, please do. Yeah, good stuff. Thank you, Scott. And we'll have Moreton Bay Mayor Peter Flannery on the show next week. Actually, we'll probably wait a couple of weeks. Forget about the Easter period, and we'll put that question to him, Scott, about the significant increase in land valuations. Appreciate you giving us a buzz. Great.
Okay, here's an update from Peter, who says industrial manslaughter under the Workplace Health and Safety Act 2011 comes into effect on 1 July 2024. And we just had Jill from Eaton's Hill call in and suggest that this terrible tragedy at Russell Island where 6 people perished, and the woman was fined just $667, should have come under the jurisdiction of some sort of manslaughter charge. Well, Peter says industrial manslaughter comes into effect on 1 July 2024, and maybe that was the reason that she couldn't have been charged with that particular offence prior to then. As I said, I'll have Andrew Messingham in very shortly. We'll talk to him about it. This is everyone's nightmare, isn't it? An engine failure mid-air while flying, and that's what happened to this Qantas flight QF781 yesterday. So it takes off from Perth, smooth airspace, and then all of a sudden passengers heard a big loud bang. So the pilot shuts down one of the engines before issuing what's called a PAN, which is aviation parlance for an emergency landing. Qantas admitted that it would have been an unsettling experience for customers. Well, it certainly would have. And the airline sought to reassure everyone that the correct procedures were followed and that the planes are designed to safely function with the one engine. Not ideal though, is it? Imagine you're up there and you've got one engine gone. No matter how much you tell me that it's safe to fly with one engine.
Calm down.
I'm sure a lot of people would be panicking. Anyway, this is what former Qantas pilot Richard de Crespigny made of it all on Nine's Today Show today.
Cruise, there should be an engine at low stress, so it's probably icing aircraft, so it's not good to have shrapnel. That's probably caused the bang. And that the crew would have then shut down the engine using standard procedures.
So, passengers
we've got a hitchhiker, got no room for you, buddy.
Just as they normally would. Engineers currently looking at the problem to determine what happened.
It's actually illegal to pick up
I'm just interested in your thoughts on this. Is that a nightmarish situation that you could encounter on any flight, shutting down an engine? I was on a flight between Dubai and Paris about 10 years ago, and I'd never experienced turbulence like it, and that was scary. I don't care how many times you fly or how experienced you are or how calm you can be. When you get hit with severe turbulence, that can get your attention. And I'd imagine that a loud bang and an engine essentially being shut down get your attention. If you've got any of those sorts of stories, give me a buzz, 133 882. It's 3:45.
4BC Brisbane traffic, thanks to Snooze. Autumn sale on now.
At Kingston, still got a crash on Kingston Road at the Beagle Road roundabout. Delays are back to Jacaranda Avenue. A crash in Drewvale for Bodie's at Road southbound before the Logan Motorway overpass. Heavy for the Riverside Expressway in the city. Quite heavy too for Ipswich Motorway both ways, Rockley to Oxley. Emergency roadworks for Gympie Road northbound at Kedron. And there's a breakdown on the Gateway Motorway northbound at Stretton, speed down to 60. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Tim Berg on 4BC.
Head to Snooze and save up to 40% on bed frames. Plus, take an extra 10% off selected bed frames for a limited time only. Hurry, sale on now. Exclusions and T's and C's.
Sleep out there. Looking to buy or upgrade your Survey CPAP clinic. This month you'll receive a further $100 off with promo code SURVEY100 when you purchase the latest ResMed AirSense 11 Auto Set and mask of your choice. The package for only $1,995. It's 24% smaller, 10% lighter than its predecessor, and packed with lots of new tech. This offer is exclusive to Survey CPAP clinic customers. It does end March 31. T's and C's do apply. Stop ignoring with Survey. Go to Survey CPAP clinic today at survey.com.au or call 1300 762939. CPAP is used for obstructive sleep apnea treatment. Follow directions for use when considering whether CPAP.
It's a bad signal area there.
Survey, survey.com.au, the place to go.
G'day, Dean Hook from Hook Modular Homes, Brisbane's leading granny flat builder. Our customers often tell us what a difference our granny flats make to their lives.
Some of my friends only see their grandparents at Christmas, but I can visit every day.
I know they're okay, and I'm here if they need me.
Looking at having your family closer? We can help with an on-site granny flat built with the highest quality workmanship.
Callback screen.
HOEK-modularhomes.com, a family-owned business.
Slow it down again.
How much do I want to spend? At Lakes Hyundai, we have a team of sales professionals to patiently walk
80
through the
between
process, so
2
you
and
drive
4.
with complete peace of mind. Don't just shop anywhere. Shop with the experts at Lakes Hyundai.
Pathology is an about
There's a fallback screen.
70% of all our medical decisions rely on pathology tests. They help GPs and other healthcare professionals.
Please subscribe.
Diseases and infections, and we all benefit from pathology being bill, but government funding hasn't increased in 24 years. So to keep pathology affordable and accessible for all Australians, visit keeppathology.bill.com.au, authorised by Melbourne, the Australian Pathology Council. You're listening to 4BC.
Bill proposed by the Greens to introduce divestiture powers into competition law. It's pretty seismic stuff. If approved, it would give the ACCC powers to break up supermarket brands who they're targeting, Coles and Woolies, but it'll certainly have broad implications right across the board. The Business Council of Australia says it won't solve the problem of increasing grocery prices, and it could actually make things worse. Now, the bill scheduled to be voted on today. Someone who's right across it is Nationals leader David Littleproud. David, thanks for your time.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Struggling to get up.
Look, I'm not sure where it's at the moment. It's looking later this afternoon, but we've made it clear to the Greens that the design of this bill is deficient, and we're concerned that it hasn't had enough rigour put to it in understanding the supermarket industry.
Gone through low signal areas.
Is broad industry-wide. What we believe in is there needs to be some regulatory guidelines for supermarkets, and that should be with the architecture of codes of conduct that are already in place, not only for the grocery code but also for the dairy and horticulture codes, and making sure that you get to the very heart, which is scaling penalties up to
ranges and things
and
going
then
through.
Also making sure there's cheap independent arbiters, and that divestiture looks around things whereby they're land banking and squeezing out independence. So there needs to be better design to what the Greens have put in. So we've actually last night decided, being able to work with the Liberal Party, and Peter Dutton and Angus Taylor and I will now work on an alternate that will get to the juncture of addressing and putting regulatory guide rails, and still be able to make sure that if these powers were triggered by them misusing their power with a supplier, i.e. farmer, or with gouging with the consumer, then it would scale up to potentially divestiture, but significant punitive penalties in fines. And so that architecture is being done now. I've offered to the Greens that they should think about making sure they get this right. There is a grocery code of conduct. It's voluntary, and at the moment the supermarkets appoint their own independent
Out onto Bruce Highway. Continue on A1 for 8 kilometres.
To pay for the biosecurity costs of our foreign competitors to bring their product to this country and to have a process for the biosecurity risks that they pose, the pests and diseases that they could potentially bring to this country, so that they can put them on the supermarket shelves and compete against our own farmers. Now, in what parallel universe would any government charge their own farmers to help their foreign competitors compete with them and get them to pay for the risks that they pose? Whoever poses the risk should pay the price. And we don't get this paid for us when we
relatively slow, 60 k's. There's that many trucks and things here. That definitely would have stuffed the stream up if I didn't have the fallback screen. It's a one-lane highway. Getting like old roads. So much in the last 2 days and the last 5 have been. Getting up low, but I'm not getting much down low on that. No, I am using Google Maps. Live view and the back up. Great.
Thanks for having me. There he is, Dave Littleproud. He's the National Party leader, and we appreciate his time here at 4BC Drive. It's 4 minutes to 4. What better time than now to find the perfect property with the help of CommBank's lending specialists, offering tailored support and expert guidance. Search CommBank Home Loans.
Traffic from Ipswich to the Bay, Beaudesert to Bribie. This is 4BC.
That's southbound. That's at the Gateway Motorway overpass. The left lane is blocked, delays the building. At Wakeholder crash for Ipswich Motorway outbound, delays back past.
Oh, we got a bit of signal.
Flooding is caused the closure of Allen.
We've got Mark, 2,500 or 2,200
this afternoon.
Bit right.
Emergency road
2,000 bit right.
Road northbound at Kedron.
There we go. 4,000 bit right.
Architects Mobile Service Team can come to you and they can fix you. For days, whether it's a bump, scratch, dent or touch up, Bumper Tech can fix it in your own driveway.
Hey Brandon, I'm not sure if you heard me, mate.
Warranty. Bumper Tech specialises in all makes and models. They service everywhere from the Sunshine Coast.
Birdseye oven-baked fish fillets, 425 grams, selected variety, price. Now at your local IGA and shop online. Offer ends March 26. Participating stores only.
The all-electric Lexus RZ is available now with an exhilarating offer. And with Encore Platinum Owners benefits, there's no reason to look any further. Enjoy a complimentary home charger and installation. Eligibility restrictions apply. See jetcharge.com.
In 600 metres, continue straight to stay on Bruce Highway.
Rooftop solar panels. We've got you covered. Red Energy is 100% Australian. We're owned by Snowy Hydro.
Continue straight to stay on Bruce Highway, A1.
For you. So give us a call today on 131 806 or go to redenergy.com.au. Eligible.
I haven't seen a 7-Eleven.
Conditions apply.
You're listening to Drive on Brisbane's 4BC.
Oh, at least this is a test for the signal on the way up, so I know on the way back.
Protecting the southeast for over 30 years. JMC.
In charge of the Youth Crime Task Force. We're going to check in with him. He does a monthly youth crime update for us, and we'll get an insight into exactly what's going on when it comes to youth crime in this particular state. And he's giving it his best shot. I don't think he wouldn't say this. He wouldn't agree with me on this. But I don't think why they're at their wits' end after a contractor's high-pressure hose sent metal shards flying into his front yard. This is an extraordinary story. Stick around for that. You'll be completely...
motor came back.
In this bulletin, Woolin find over smoke alarm failure, fuel efficiency changes welcomed, and an Easter road safety warning. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Signals all over the place. Sometimes I even get low signal and still
legally required and compliant smoke alarms in a Russell Island home where 6 people died last year. Wayne Godnet and his 5 children perished when the property caught ablaze last August. The owner, Donna Rose Beadle, has pleaded guilty, facing a maximum fine of $667.25. A 50-year-old police officer has been charged with child sex offences. He's facing offences including possessing child exploitation material and using a carriage service to access child exploitation material. He's alleged the incidents occurred off due underway to address the federal government's tougher migration policy. Asylum seekers who are not deemed to be genuine refugees. The opposition's Dan Tehan says the legislation has been rushed and could have unintended consequences.
I should have used that fallback screen a long time ago.
If you don't cooperate, then absolutely we support them taking action.
Not sure what the speed limit is.
But what happens if you do cooperate, then there is nowhere for you to go to. And that's what we want them to address is what are they doing to find third countries for people to be able to send back to.
Car manufacturers are welcoming changes to planned fuel efficiency standards, but say there are still challenges with the policy. The federal government will force companies to import more electric and low emissions vehicles, but some pollution restrictions are being wound back from the original proposal. Toyota Australia Chief Executive Matthew Collahor says it's a good step but has stopped short of ruling out price rises under the new plan.
Australia is an extremely competitive marketplace in which we exist, and you cannot afford to be mispriced, otherwise you're basically not going very well at all. So from our perspective, we want the vehicles to be basically practical, capable,
Race probably done.
More than 100 Australian cattle have died on a live export ship heading for Indonesia. The Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry says prior to departure, pre-export inspections were undertaken. There's no suggestion exotic animal disease is involved. The department is investigating.
Don't need it.
The 17-day road safety campaign begins in Queensland today as the state's road toll surges towards frightening levels. The RACQ is warning we could be heading to a road toll of more than 300 this year after 66 deaths in nearly 4 months. Acting Assistant Commissioner Andrew Blotto is encouraging motorcyclists to make up staggeringly high numbers of fatalities.
These conditions are terrible in themselves for motorcycle riding. We need to address the number of motorcycle fatalities that we are having. We will be focusing on that.
And Toonga's Wellhead Aerospace is being transformed into a production facility for Boeing's MQ-28 Ghostbat. The uncrewed aircraft is designed to support surveillance, intelligence and reconnaissance missions.
Sport for PointsBet's new NRL experience. What are you really gambling with?
The teams are out as NRL fans gear up for 2 massive Queensland derbies. More from Richard French.
As expected, injured Brisbane fullback Reece Walsh is replaced by Tristan Saylor, while skipper Adam Reynolds returns from a knee injury, so Jock Matten makes way. Jaden Hunt comes into the back row for Brendan Piakura, who limped off from training at Red Hill this morning. Veteran fan favourite Corey Oates has been named on the bench for his first crack since round 27 last year, while for the informed Cowboys, Zach Labor returns to the centres. On Saturday night, Des Hasler will be without superstar skipper Tino Fa'asua Ma'alawi.
It's those 2 big goals.
has been named as 18th man. The timely buy for the Dolphins means Cody Nikorima is good to go, while Ray Stone has been named on the bench in place of Jared Wallace. In Brisbane, Richard French, 9 News.
Alex de Minaur joined Chris O'Connell in the 4th round of the Miami Open with a win over Jan Lennard-Struff. And in the NBA, the Mavericks have beaten the Jazz 115-105. It's 4:04. That's the latest news and sport.
9 Radio is currently playing content that cannot be played on our online streams. Normal programming will resume shortly. To check out the latest 9 Radio content, head to 2TV, 4BC, 3AW or 6PR online and click on the audio tab. There you'll find full show podcasts from Australia's best radio broadcasters, the highlights and interviews to stream or download.
Traffic. Get a look inside your favourite show. Click on watch at 4bc.com.au.
Due to flooding, Allendale Drive, Wellington Point and Mott Street and Strathpine have been closed. There's a police incident unfolding for Vulture Street outbound at South Brisbane. The left lane is blocked at Grey Street. Lights on flashing water for South Pine and Old North Roads. There's a crash in Drewvale for boat at Road southbound before the Logan Motorway overpass, and a crash on Ipswich Motorway outbound at Wakehole. Delays to Progress Road. I'm Tim Berg on 4BC.
It's Run Thursday, if you're lucky, when your child says those magic words. I've been invited to a birthday party on the weekend and I need a present. I need? Don't you mean me? Your mother needs to find, pay for, and have ready for your approval a present? I mean, who has any idea what kids really want these days?
Mr. Toys does. Thousands of birthday presents from Lego to Barbie, Hot Wheels to Pokemon. Mr. Toys is Australia's #1. Buy online or click and collect. MrToys.com.au.
It's just before dawn. There's been a storm and a customer needs help.
Fatigue zone. Trivia games may help you stay alert. I can't get the game board out of here.
She's seen plenty of disasters like this.
Get the Zozo board out.
People like Judy.
We start summoning.
Spent a lifetime preparing for the things you can never prepare for.
Hey Trisha.
We're here to help. Always read the PDS and TMDs from NRMA Insurance at nrma.com.au.
4BC Weather, brought to you by NRMA Insurance.
Rain in Brisbane getting down to 21 degrees overnight. Looking ahead, rain tomorrow at top of 26 degrees. A shower or two Thursday, 21 to 27. A shower or two Friday, 20.
Thanks for coming here on 4BC Drive. Always appreciated. Pretty ordinary afternoon out there, so make sure you put your lights on.
They're on.
Make sure you drop back 20 or
low signal area.
20 clicks. Like subjects population. And two, I'm not against farming of the meat industry.
Lost signal there somewhere.
Live animals seems unnecessarily cruel.
Completely, I think.
What we see is a great
but the app's still working, so...
And the stories that matter on here's Brisbane.
Red capsicum, $9.90 a kilo. Roma tomatoes, $9. And I bet it's not the farm.
That's right, just have his indicator on it on the first right.
Top youth crime cop on the show on a monthly basis to keep us abreast of what's going on. And it's that time again, so I'm very pleased to welcome back Acting Assistant Commissioner Andrew Massey.
One behind.
Seeing in that particular area.
Enforcement results. I do talk to that regularly. We have seen over the last 3 to 4 weeks some really encouraging trends.
Yeah, it's going to have all over the place, Magnus.
Across the state. And there's a couple of reasons for that. We've really started to ramp up our early intervention programs again this year, and there's a number of now. Above that, the high visibility patrols that we've been doing across the state, which is in addition to our normal policing hours, has now seen some 4,338 youths arrested on almost 8,000 charges, and that's since the 1st of March last year. So that's very, very significant numbers. And over and above that, we have Task Force Guardian that targets our serious repeat offenders, the ones breaking into houses at night and stealing car keys, and their numbers are just over.
Recently spoken about the latest incident on New Year's Eve when she had a gun held to her head. Can you take us into the psyche of repeat youth criminals?
Continue straight to stay on Bruce Highway, A1.
Even if there's nothing to steal.
Often, Peter, they'll do it because they know it's a target. And we often see that, unfortunately. Where we do see that, we do try and put proactive measures in place with those people to target harden their premises. But the flip side of that is, and as I've always said, for those offenders that arm themselves and particularly enter onto people's property at night to commit these offences, where we can, we will hold them to account. And we will oppose their bail, and where we don't like the decision we get from the courts, we'll take it to the Supreme Court. We've been taking that action this year very strongly to try and stamp out that sort of repeat offending.
Okay, well, is it the thrill factor, Andrew?
How
many cases like this do you hear about?
Kingswood Yellow.
A number of them. A lot of it is notoriety, as I said, particularly in relation to the theft of motor vehicles and whatever the intent there was with that particular lady. But if they think that one of their colleagues or associates might think that sort of behaviour is in some they will post it, and they will keep going back and doing that to get that notoriety. And that's where the ability to infiltrate what they're doing and get that shut down quickly can try and prevent that reoffending.
Now, Andrew, later today we're going to talk to someone who runs the REAP Touch Footy program in Logan, and is devoted to helping turn around the lives of youth offenders, and they've seen some really good results. What are your thoughts on the role of those sorts of programs in helping to to stop the cycle of youth criminality?
They're very important. REAP is an excellent example. So that's money that's come from the Youth Partnership Development Fund. It's a joint
786 kilometres of fuel in the tank.
Tourism and Sport, where we bring in an external provider to provide footy skills to these kids. But it's not just the footy skills, it's the interaction that we get, it's the mentoring that we can provide, all those providers can provide. And we do that with a couple of different cohorts. We really target the disengaged kids from education, but we also target youth repeat offenders. And I know that program in Logan has been very successful during its trial, and happy to announce that we've only recently also awarded funding out of Dolby for the same program.
Okay, and what about the active stolen vehicle search portal, Andrew? Is that still a useful tool for you guys?
Playing trivia
First time in Australia, you can go on your mobile device and search the car next to you by way of rego or description to see if it's stolen. So 60,000 hits in the first 48 hours with that website. Those numbers are as high obviously now, but it is still extremely popular. We've had people call for upgrades to it already to enable people to upload pictures of stolen vehicles, to have that information time and dated, and sent to police. So we're looking at that at the moment, but certainly what we are seeing is an increase in reported offences of use, particularly in stolen cars, by members of the public. And we're able to chase those leads down now a lot quicker thanks to that online portal.
And what's the focus for the next, month, 2 months, 3 months going forward?
So it says our youth programs,
I've got 1 hour, 45 minutes, 150 kilometres, but I think it's a lot longer than that.
We've started in most of our PCYs.
Says 2 hours, so we'll see.
Programs that go through, in some instances, to midnight.
So I suppose we're like 3/4 of the way there by this map.
Program this year alone, we've got Project Booyah started in Toowoomba the week before last, and that is a very successful breaking the cycle program for at-risk youth. But as importantly, our task force Guardian commitment across the state will continue to hit those areas where our serious repeat offenders continue to be active.
Andrew, just a quick one without notice. I know you're a very, very experienced detective, and you're probably one of the most experienced detectives in the country. I just want to ask you a question about what happened today in the Cleveland Magistrates Court. The Magistrate Deborah Vasta handed down the maximum fine of $667 to a woman who failed to comply with smoke alarm legislation. She said, "It seems a pittance, however, it's not for me to comment on the laws." And this was as a result of that terrible incident on Russell Island where Wayne Bodnett and his boys died after that early morning blaze. We now know that the smoke alarm provisions within that home were not adequate and did not conform with the legislation. There was a question from one of our listeners: how come that particular person wasn't charged with manslaughter? And I think it's a legitimate question.
Please like and subscribe. Have already done so.
You need to be able to prove the elements of that offence. Not just by the satisfaction of balance of probabilities, but beyond reasonable doubt. And certainly in that instance, where someone has purchased a house that they have later rented out, certainly the advice from the prosecution and the DPP there in that circumstance, I would presume, would be that particular offence would not meet those elements.
All right. Appreciate your time, Andrew. Thanks for joining us on 4BC Drive.
Thanks, Peter.
He's Acting Assistant Commissioner Andrew Massingham. It's 17 minutes past 4.
4BC Traffic. Meet Hubble. It's TV and streaming made easy.
At Corinda, there's been a crash on Oxley Road outbound just before Lynn Grove Avenue. At Carlindale, a crash for Alcester Road outbound. Southern Crossway still has a crash southbound at Banyo with the left lane blocked. Lights are on flash outside the State School on Moggle Road in Kenmore. Heavy for the Riverside Expressway both ways in the city, and quite so on the Port of Brisbane motorway southbound Murray down to Rosedale. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Tim Berg on 4BC.
Forget switching between apps. Hubble fuses Australia's favourite streaming apps, TV channels and sport into a single experience. Search Hubble for TV and streaming made easy.
I'm not sure we're going
Pick any place off the map. It could be Arnhem Land, the Kimberley or Cape York.
We'll stop and get a cup of coffee somewhere.
For an extraordinary adventure like no other, join an Outback Spirit all-inclusive small group four-wheel drive tour this year. They'll go further to take you deeper, to introduce you to an Australia most others can't get to with an award-winning Mercedes-Benz fleet, exclusive camps and lodges and passionate local expertise. Exploring remote regions of Australia for over 20 years, there's a reason why Outback Spirit is the only way to go. The time is now. Final 2024 adventures are selling fast. Visit outbackspirittours.com.au.
Cattle on cane.
For a car lover, there's no worse sound. Don't fret. Call BumperTech. BumperTech can come to you and fix your bumper or panel in as little as 2 to 3 hours. All work comes with a 5-year warranty and without the hassle of insurance claims. We come to you wherever you are. Brisbane, the Gold Coast and the Sunshine Coast. So visit us today at bumpertech.com.au to organise your quote. That's bumpertech.com.au.
Jacaranda Financial Planning is the trusted voice in providing clear super and retirement advice. So don't miss Jacaranda's free Super and Retirement Planning Seminar, 6 p.m. Thursday, March 28th at the Sofitel, Turbot Street, Brisbane. Learn tips and traps on how to make your super and retirement income work for you. Book now for Jacaranda's Thursday, March 28th seminar by calling 1-800-40-2610 or visit jacarandafa.com.au.
At Coles, Easter roasts are tender and delicious with award-winning Coles Australian boneless pork leg roast at just $7 a kilo. Save $4. That's great value, hands down, this Easter at Coles. Offer ends Tuesday, April 2nd.
There are electrical safety recalls on solar home batteries, branded LG, LG Chem, and inside some Solax products. Affected batteries may overheat and catch fire, resulting in injury, death, or damage to property. Incidents have occurred and caused damage to property. Even if you have checked before, please check again by visiting lghomebattery.com.au or by calling 1300 677 273. That's 1300 677 273.
Tonight on 9 News, exclusive video of a wild brawl at a Southeast shopping centre. Adults and teens attacking each other in front of stunned shoppers. Easter forecast. Will it be a holiday washout? And who should get a free flu shot now? 9 News at 6.
We'll be in Brisbane. I don't think up here. Maybe just a couple of showers. I'll be probably raining maybe like this now, but it's going to go.
With Peter Gleeson.
Pretty sure it is.
Brisbane's 4BC.
I've got a few days anyway before
21
the
past 4 in the River City, a gloomy River City at the moment, and Andrew Massingham,
Well, as I get the tent set up with the cover over the top of this, be right. Won't be any
portal, the Active Stolen Vehicle Search Portal. And Phil from Birkdale says, what was that app that the detective was talking about for the stolen cars? Well, I can tell you, Phil, that it's the Active Stolen Vehicle Search Portal. And what it will effectively do is you get on there, and if you suspect that a car near you is stolen, it will be able to tell you. I'd imagine you punch in the registration of the car and it'll come up, yes, it's stolen, or no, it's not, and then you'll be able to ring 000 and let people know.
Yeah, because sometimes the stolen cars are coming to our car park.
Could be on the side of the road, been there for weeks. Bump it in and away you go.
So you just put the number in the app and find
that's what that particular app is, Phil from Birkdale.
A weather update. We'll be here to help in unexpected.
It'll give me a chance to check the incident too. It's still a bit high. So
have a look at some of the weather and temperatures across the southeast for tomorrow. A dreary old day again tomorrow. Very high chance of rain. Top at 26.
Better than high like that than low.
On Logan, in the Logan area, sorry.
More
plus the chance of a thunderstorm reaching 26. Overnight temperatures falling
should be around
to
10
between 18 and 21, with daytime temperatures reaching the low to mid 20s. Ipswich cloudy, lots of rain and nippy. 26 degrees. Redlands 24. At least 4 mil expected in the Redlands. The Gold Coast 27. Overcast. Not a good
the weather they're talking about is
the holidays if you're going to the beach. Plenty of rain around on the Goldie, and on the Sunshine Coast similar conditions on the sunny coast with a top of 26 degrees.
We're going more tropical area.
Now, last year, the insurance industry in this country made $2 billion in profit. Now, that's a lot of money. And while most insurers do the right thing, certainly by their customers,
but it was higher than that when I measured it.
Some are not so kind.
So it's not too bad.
When it comes to doing the right thing. I had a
little bit more
letter written to me a few weeks ago, and I've got to say, her story.
And don't forget, this coffee's going to have milk in it too. So.
It's difficult, it's challenging. I'll try and break it down. But suffice to say, I've been doing this job for a very long time. Not this particular radio job, but I've been a journalist. To be able to name and shame these people, but as I said, it's complex, it's complicated. Best we keep it generic at this stage. And when
on the coffee machine, I mean, you're supposed to make them on milk, but I'll be making them on.
I'll have no hesitation in naming these bludgers.
Just a double shot espresso.
So when we take out insurance, we choose a policy from the insurer, and we
pretty much 3/4 of the glass or mug
when we take out an insurance policy,
then the rest milk instead of making it all on milk because of the sugar
underwrites the policy
of the milk.
And the trustee is the one who pays out the policy. So effectively, you deal with an insurer and a trustee. I'm not sure many people knew that. And when we make a claim against a policy, we come up against the machine that is the insurance company. And this is a machine that basically takes over. It's a machine that some say has a disproportionate power over the member. And in this case, that is certainly true. There is a disproportionate power equilibrium between the person who is being insured and the insurance company. But, of course, insurance companies have obligations that they must adhere to. Did you know that insurance companies have an obligation to act in the utmost good faith to its members? That's in the policy document. Did you know that insurance companies are meant to be fair and reasonable and are required to act in a timely manner when it comes to these matters? And I'm pretty sure most of our listeners out there can share a story or two when this has not been their experience, whether it's a flood insurance claim,
60 kilometres an hour zone ahead,
whether it's just a claim for, whether it's a storm claim.
Coming through a little town now.
This particular claim that I'm talking about,
if there's something really here, I'll just stop and go to talk, whatever. So it's got to be a decent survey to get a cup of coffee too.
I'll open up the world of insurance.
Not just anywhere, because I'll be paying $7 for a cup of coffee.
And
find a 7-Eleven survey, alright. Empire one or something.
Representatives from Insurance Council.
191 for petrol. What's this up here?
To come on and talk.
Got Pie Face. Yeah, this one's, I think, United. They've got coffee.
Citing privacy reasons, fair enough. But it's time we all know.
It's actually like a survey with a different pie shop in the middle. Pie Face is actually like a pie shop itself, so they can just combine it with the
Who is our watchdog and who do we go to when the machine isn't playing fairly?
Where can we park?
And how many of our listeners have experienced things like, and I'll reel these off because this is what this particular woman is being subjected to right now. The premiums on the policy going up significantly.
Yeah.
Changes to the policy being applied without consent. A claim being denied because the opinion of the insurer is not satisfied.
They should have a toilet. Oh yeah, there's one there too.
In this instance, bullying, unreasonable demands being made by the insurer, which the person who is the one being insured, the member, cannot object to because the insurer is taking a position so as not to assess the claim.
Fogged up.
An appeal process which is long-winded and almost impossible to navigate.
Can you just excuse me for a second?
And therein
will I go in there and go to the toilet?
Problem. If you do want to fight an insurance,
you're safe in here because it's raining. Won't be too long.
God, they're bloody cleaning the coffee machine. The rain just got heavier too. But I have to stop somewhere else. I went to the toilet. Sorry about keeping you waiting. Just can't take the out of the car. Pouring rain, and traffic's getting heavier too. Now, don't know what you call this. It's a country town, I suppose. I have to find the next survey.
But they can hear it too. Download the podcast and
got good signal, 10,700 bit rate.
Prioritise your health and well-being this year
so much
by looking after your NAD levels. NAD is a vital cellular resource which is responsible for energy production, DNA, muscle and tissue repair. Backed by Nobel Prize-winning scientists and years of rigorous science, True Nitrogen is once again developed for supplement.
That was the right place to go to, but they were cleaning the bloody coffee machine.
With True Nitrogen, for a limited time you get 15.
Probably the only servo in here.
Using the code SAVE.
Oh, the next one, next town.
That's SAVE 15.
I'll get 2.
TRUNIAGEN.
Yeah, they had super cups for $3.50 there. Coffee. Thanks, Trish. Thanks for being here, Trish. I appreciate it.
You may not think about it, but
you're the loyal one.
Big job to do. Season to season.
No matter what anyone else says.
So keep it in top condition with JMZ Roof Restorations, the trusted specialist.
Yeah, see, I'll talk about him here. Youngs.
For over 30 years, add value.
Yeah, he's got a Beatles job.
With JMZ Roof Restorations today.
He's not telling anyone where it is or whatever. But he's got to go. He's got to get, like, you know, can't smoke that stuff anymore. And he got really, really cranky on stream yesterday. I think it was yesterday. So he reckons people saying hello to him when he starts banning them and all sorts of things. And they're all putting like fire evergreen in there, and he's banned them for that. I don't know, something like that. So he's going through withdrawals. In other words, he's getting like, he gets real cranky without it. Eh? He really does, and that turns me off his channel. It makes me not want him talking there. You know what I mean? It's like he's trying to force talk people to say things. People only want to say what they want to say. They don't want to be forced into talking about stuff, as far as I'm concerned. But I understand that he's trying to keep the chat going and everything, you know. But I reckon if you can sit in front of a camera and there's no one talking and chat, well, good luck to you. Nothing wrong with that. They can all sit there and look if they like. That's just a bit of, you know, criticism or whatever, but that's just, you know, doesn't mean it's right or it's wrong. Just take it with a grain of salt. How many times have I gone off my chat and totally abused, basically? I don't know, unless they enjoy it. They get a kick out of it. Like, he does have loyal people there in chat, you know, but when he goes and does this gig, he's not going to be streaming. So they're all going to have to go somewhere else. For however long he's doing his gig for. Whether it's a cruise ship or whatever, or somewhere in America. By the way he's talking, it's especially with a bigger group too than what he's been with before, or something like that. Hopefully, you know, he makes heaps of money. And coming back and spend it on the church. Go and do that roof, man. Go do the shit and then come back and finish it once for all. Get that sound quality of that stream up. Hey, Jacob. Oh, I'm pretty sure I do things wrong too, but I don't do that. Maybe if someone said something horrible to me or something. No reason. Just because you're not feeling it. Anyway, back to the
struck Quentin Reeves.
My rant. My surf dog rant.
And It's been a construction zone for
Quick, we'll run back to him and tell him, quick.
2020. Now, since then, he's been at loggerheads with council and the developer over noise and dust complaints.
I just don't like that part.
It's recently turned dangerous when contractors lost control of what
I got a bit bipolar.
And it then flicked. what about your wife and daughter? How are they? I mean, they would have been completely shocked when they
going through a low signal area. It's coming back up now. I've got 16,000 bit rate. See, all of a sudden it jumps from nothing to 16,000.
She got home, all I could do was hug her.
22,000 bit rate.
I've lost you.
Got 4K.
I can't imagine why the Moreton Bay Regional Council couldn't take enforcement action, because that to me is a breach of their obligations.
Oh, but under law there is no requirement for them to do anything. The legislation doesn't make it so that they have to take any particular action. They don't have to protect the public. They are not accountable to anybody.
Well, the video's already up on 4BC Facebook and Instagram, so I implore our 4BC Drive listeners, you've got to have a look at this to get an understanding of what we're talking about here and just how dangerous it was. So, look, Quentin, thanks for joining us. Keep us up to date on where you go with this, because something has to give. There's got to be a breakthrough in this area.
On all three modems.
Thanks for getting the word out for me too.
No worries at all. There is Quentin Reeves. What do you think? He lives in Connor Crescent there in Caboolture, and it's basically been a construction zone for this new housing development since 2020. And then on council election day, he had this incredibly unnerving experience where an out-of-control hose just kept sort of shooting out shrapnel into the air. And if his kids or wife had been in that vicinity, they'd left 10 minutes earlier. There's no doubt at all someone would have got really seriously hurt. What are your thoughts? 133 882.
Yeah, Cliff, that's the backup.
16 minutes to 5. That's a great time to book an appointment with a CommBank lending specialist to guide you on your home buying journey with tailored expertise. Just search CommBank Home Loans.
Traffic. Listen to Money News Monday to Thursday nights from 7 on 4BC.
At Rochedale, there's been a crash on the Pacific Motorway southbound. On the Port Prison Motorway, a crash to outbound at Murray. At St Lucia, there's a tree down in Hillside Terrace. Lights on flash in Kenmore for Mogul Road, and there's a fallen tree too for Finucane Road at Alexandra Hills. Lights on
still got a full tank of petrol.
Road in Warner had a breakdown on the Gateway Motorway northbound at Banyo. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Tim Berg on 880.
793 kilometres left in the tank.
How can you make Brisbane's 4BC sound even better? Download the 4BC app to your smartphone or stream on your PC. 4bc.com.au.
Exciting news at Cherry North Lakes. You can pick up the Tiggo 7 Pro starting at
Change it up. Bonus gift card up to
share a nightmarish plane slide that comes on the phone?
Yes, hi, how are you?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Good, thank you.
That's great to hear. What was your story?
What happened was, I was visiting my brother in the States in 1988, and it was a bit of a birthday treat. And anyway, he's a small, he has a small plane, 6-seater, and anyway, we wanted to go play in Disneyland. So he said, okay, well, we'll fly through the Grand Canyon first, and then we'll go to Disneyland. So anyway, we're on our way, and all of a sudden, my sister-in-law, she's in the co-pilot seat. So, like, her and I closed. He's telling me to get back in, but I can't because my hands are frozen to the door. And so anyway, we're back on our way, and then all of a sudden I can hear him. I've got my headphones on. I'm in the back, and I can hear Mayday, Mayday, and I'm thinking, uh-oh, that doesn't sound good. And I looked out the side of my window, and I could see the propeller starting to stop. And then I looked at the other one, and that starts to stop, and I'm going, this isn't good.
Yeah. What happened?
I can hear them. Like,
in 500 metres, continue straight to stay on Bruce Highway, A1.
The fuel at 10,000 feet.
We're not going to Maryborough.
We came down, and he was such an amazing pilot.
That's what I know.
And we came down, and we ended up crashing.
Continue straight to stay on Bruce Highway, A1.
And we crashed in this field of
Queensland.
And I
continue on A1 for 18 kilometres.
Didn't have decent coffee.
And his seat went through my head, so it hit my head.
Got coffee from a BP before.
It was like a seat out of carry. I've got blood everywhere. It's horrible.
Hey Tracy, can I just ask the obvious question?
Yeah, please like and subscribe, chat.
How come you ran out of fuel?
Plane was serviced like a couple of days before, and from what I remember, he said that with the fuel line, if it shows that it's, I think the main has to be full and the reserve half empty, but something happened and the wires were crossed, and he was flying the other way, so that's how we ran out of fuel.
Well, I hope you went and bought yourself a lottery ticket after that one.
Oh my God, yes. But the funniest thing, people always say to me, oh, were you hurt?
And she still didn't win a lottery.
Yeah, crazy stuff. Well, that is that's a hell of a plane story, Tracy. There's no doubt about that.
So now if I fly, and I even have a stranger beside me, I just grab their hand and I say, I'm not leaving go until we've taken off and we landed.
Good stuff. All right, Tracy, great to hear from you. Andrew from West End. Insurance. You used to work in the insurance industry.
Hey, Clinton, how are you?
Terrific.
I worked with a major insurance company here in Brisbane, mainly in the travel insurance department, and I was a part of the medical
Childers
team there.
is the next one, 60 k's away. Then Rockhampton's still 385 k's away.
Endless calls all day.
See, it's not a couple of hours.
It's strange thing, so insurance for many people, even today,
it's 4 or 5 hours away. I knew that this thing was wrong. It's going to be the worst.
We've got to have insurance, we've got to have insurance this, we've got to have insurance for that. It's even another client that gets to us.
The signs are saying different than what the Google map is.
And while there's an accountability, I think, on the part of many people to know what they're purchasing, I do believe after having worked in that environment and seeing how it operated and being totally disgusted, actually, at the heartache and heartbreak of so many people, that we really sat around in the dark by the nose.
I think, I mean, dare I say it, I know we've had a lot of royal commissions for a whole range of things in this country, but it wouldn't hurt to have a royal commission in the insurance industry. I am absolutely certain that there's some very dodgy things going on in insurance right now.
I actually don't talk about it here, and I didn't when I did it because, even after working there for just a few months, it was more the case
behind that,
we had
a pilot vehicle again.
My boy principal overseas had a
truck's behind
quite terrible heart attack and was critically ill. And they just wanted to get home on their insurance.
Cell towers over there.
Hounding her GP back here home in Brisbane and family members about any cardiac issue. They hunted and hunted.
I'm pretty sure there's like 5-6 hours drive still left.
They wouldn't honour it because the doctor sitting across from me in this particular company found that there was a probability that it was
that's the concern, Andrew. That's the concern. They are working against
Got the road part right, but I think
their customers rather than with them. And any insurance company that comes out and works with their members rather than against them, I think we'll have a field day. Hey, great to chat, Andrew. We've got heaps of calls here. I'll get to most of them, hopefully. Veronica from Cleveland, the great, we're going to call it Capsicum Gate, $9.98 at differing places around the city. Now, you're hearing it's cheap in Cleveland?
I was at our local fruit and veggie place at 11 o'clock this morning, and red capsicums were 98 cents a kilo, as was iceberg lettuce.
Wow.
And for the last week, they've had the most beautiful avocados. They're also 98 cents each.
Where exactly is it, Veronica?
It's on Shore Street, coming into Cleveland. It used to be called the Big Mushroom. It's changed hands a couple of times. I'm not sure if it's still called that, but you can't miss it. It's on as you're coming into Cleveland on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
Very open fruit and veg place. The quality of the fruit and veg is absolutely beautiful. They consistently, their prices leave everybody else for dead. It's just great.
Interesting you say that, Veronica, because one of our earlier callers, $9.98.
Yes, I heard that.
$9.98 a kilo in other suburbs. So it pays to shop around.
Well, we always shop there, so we never shop at Coles and Woolies.
Good stuff. All right, Veronica, thanks for your time. Really appreciate it. Shane from Eagleby thinks David Littleproud should have done something when he was actually in power if he wanted to get him stuck into the supermarkets.
Yeah, after look, to be fair, mate, they were in government for 9 years.
They were.
The duopoly with Coles and Woolies has been around since, I was playing under 19s, mate. It's been around for a long time. So they had the opportunity to do it then. So why didn't they?
Yep.
I did hear David Littleproud talk about the senior coalition party actually coming on board. I'd like to see that actually happen. I doubt very much that would happen. I mean, a big business, Liberal Party,
you make a great point.
I don't think it's going to happen.
No, you make a great point. And I agree with you about Littleproud. Look, I think he's a really effective politician, but they did have 9 years to do something about it, and it's no good squealing now when the horse is bolted.
I think it's just scoring a few points. And Labor do the same thing. By the way, really good interview with John Raven yesterday, mate. Can you get him on more?
Yeah, we'll get him on. We'll get him on every 6 weeks for sure. And we got some really good feedback on him, Shane. He sounds like a conviction politician.
He's a doer.
Yeah, he's going to go a long way, that fella. Good to hear from you, Shane. Thanks for your time. It's 4 minutes to 5.
Traffic. Want more from your favourite station? Register now at 4bc.com.au.
At Rochedale, there's been a crash on the Pacific Motorway southbound. As a result, the left lane is blocked. In St Lucia, there's a fallen tree on Hillside Terrace. The local motorway is quite heavy outbound from Forest Lake to Parkinson, and Centenary Highway slow southbound, Greenbank down to Springfield. There's been a crash on the Port of Brisbane Motorway outbound at Murray, and the lights are flashing yellow for Mulga Road in Kenmore outside Kenmore State School. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Tim Berg on 4BC.
Just hope they're not
4BC Online. Listen live, watch live.
Clean the machine.
In 150 metres, turn right onto Enterprise Street.
What's petrol here? 189. So.
Saving you this Easter. So if you're looking to indulge over the long weekend, and who isn't? It's Easter after all. Drake's
in 50 metres, at the roundabout, take the third exit.
Chocolate treats and eggs at low prices so you can buy a few extra for friends and family. And don't forget, Drake's biggest promotion ever is on now, with $5 million up for grabs. 5 lucky customers to get the chance to win $1 million each.
Millions of dollars wasted and a youth vaping crisis. Anthony Albanese's new vape ban. It hasn't worked in any other country, so why try it here? There is a better way. Strictly regulate vapes for stop tobacco and alcohol. Authorised by Australian Taxpayers Alliance Sydney.
Maybe too long.
God, they don't even have supersized coffee. I asked him how long the Bundy, he said about an hour, depending on traffic. So, Matt must be right. Narrows, take care. Oh, you're out in the car. Oh, out here. Okay, I thought you meant you're out. The coffee's not that bloody hot either.
Always read the label and follow the directions for use. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Traffic. Warner, Wynnum, Westlake, Woodridge. 4BC is Brisbane.
At Mount Gravatt, there's been a fire on Cavendish Road northbound just after Creek Road to watch out for.
Get out through the section.
Breakdown to the Pacific Motorway northbound before Loganley Road, sitting in the left shoulder. There's a breakdown on the West Highway northbound at Miranda Downs just after Dolly's Watts Road. A crash on Roadtown South on the Pacific Motorway southbound. The left lane is blocked. Lights on flash.
In 100 metres, turn right onto Bruce Highway, A1. Turn right onto Bruce Highway, A1.
And their 2 kids. But behind her perfect facade, she's barely hanging on. Is it Perry?
Like a different coffee shop right there.
Effie is perfect, is honest, and hilarious now. It will resonate with every woman in her 40s who is struggling, because Cassie is you. Get your coffee, for everything is perfect to go. Is that right? And print, ebook, and audio.
$6 for 2 coffees. You've got a special button there to stop it missing up real quick.
Continue on A1 for 8 kilometres.
ABC weather, brought to you by NRMH.
Just all the moisture in the air.
Rain in Brisbane getting down to 21 degrees overnight. Looking ahead, rain tomorrow, a top of 24 degrees. A shower or two Thursday, 21 to 28. A shower or two Friday, 20 to 27. Similar conditions Saturday, 19 to 28. On the bay, winds up to 15 knots, seas below 1 metre.
It wasn't too bad of a drive, there's only an hour left.
There'll be more news at 5:30 on your news leader, 8:82 for BC.
That coffee wasn't hot enough for me.
And now, this is Drive with Peter Gleeson on Brisbane's 880.
Always appreciate it. It's pretty wet out there, so make sure if you're on the roads, you slow down. You know, if you're at 100 zone, just do 90. If you're in an 80 zone, just do 70. If you're in a 60 zone, do 50, because
starting to get dark.
Braking is going to be affected by the wet weather, and we're expecting more wet weather over the course of the next 24 hours.
Days are getting shorter here, man.
During Easter, it's likely to be overcast. I'm not sure that we're going to get a heap of rain over Easter, but it'll certainly be fairly dull.
Chilled is the next one, I think.
It's 8 minutes past 5.
4BC is the smooth run with traffic.
Maybe I need to reset the bloody app. come back. I think I got signal back. Big long straight that was. See if I can get this back.
The level police should be talking to is the police who have a base at our high schools. These police know the school children. They know what's needed to help stop the robberies and the car stealing. Steve from Bribey Island says, regarding the smoke alarm legislation, why is it not compulsory to have an alarm in the kitchen? From what I understand, it's only compulsory in all bedrooms and connecting hallways, which seems crazy to me to miss out on the kitchen area. I agree with you. Gary says, if you want to do something about supermarkets, stop.
Probably because the kitchen has a lot of smoke coming from the
if you want to do something about
stove or something, or the oven, it might set it off.
Stop people. It's not making any sense here, Gaz. In 20 minutes from my place, I've got 9 Woolies, 8 Coles, 5 Aldi, 6 Bunnings, 5 IGA,
Fucking Christ.
and heaps of other shops. Maybe restrict how many shops they can have in an area.
Then.
Oh, well, that'll all be demand. Supply and demand, Gary. But something's got to be done. I've often advocated for the Prime Minister to intervene on this. I think if the Prime Minister showed a bit of ticker, got off his backside and actually said, you know what, we've had a gutful, you guys, we've had a gutful. It's time for some form of intervention. I think he'd win a lot of votes.
Well, this car's lost it in the
ticker for that.
Yeah, he's just done it.
No.
Traffic for Alex Funerals, caring for families for over 175 years.
Get in there.
At Intrapilli, there's been a crash on Moggle Road outbound just past Rotham Terrace. A crash too for Stafford Road outbound at Kedron before Gympie Road. There's a crash at Jacobin for Boundary Road just before Burpingary Road. A crash for Torwood Street outbound before Milton Road. And there's a crash on the Pacific Motorway 2 south. Left lane was blocked. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Tim Berg.
I think I've been there once.
4BC.
Can't remember what for.
Alex Gow Funerals, caring for families across South
Signals come back for a while.
over 175 years, and still family.
Hasn't been too bad, really.
Looking to invest, but not sure where to put your money? Talk to the team at CFMG Capital. They provide real opportunities that work for you via residential land subdivisions throughout Australia. CFMG Capital has a proud track record of returning 100% of invested capital, together with its advertised returns. Start investing in your future today. Visit cfmgcapital.com.au.
Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. An investment does not represent a deposit and is subject to risk, including possible loss of capital. Prospective investors should carefully consider the PDS, SPDS and TMD of the investment.
Got a sandwich in the back, I'll probably just use that
before making any investments. CFMG Equity and Income Funds Limited, AFSL 291390.
Iconic, surprising, adaptive, award-winning. The Hyundai i30.
Got all my cooking equipment and everything, tents and stuff. Pretty much everything I need.
A new i30 sedan featuring a sleek new design, elevated suite of tech, and driver-focused interior.
It's like $100 a night to camp.
It's just the start. The 2024 Hyundai i30 sedan. Available now from 31,990 drive away. Visit hyundai.com.au or your local showroom.
Let's hope it's not raining when I get there. Tomorrow morning I'm talking about rain.
The only thing more
I think it's going to clear up.
a fair go is bunderberg road.
Oh, these rivers.
So it's 63% of the cost of a bundy goes to the taxman in Canberra. We reckon that's 100% un-Australian and 110% un-Queensland. Don't grin and bear the tax on Bundy. Learn more.
In 800 metres, continue straight to stay on Bruce Highway, A1.
All this we'll get to see the...
Our menu celebrates the best of Australia's produce, offering premium steaks, freshly caught seafood and delectable...
Get to see what's the track and everything set up. It should be all blocked off.
Continue straight to stay on Bruce Highway, A1.
Probably have to drive around the bloody place to get to where I want to go.
Now for an unforgettable dining experience. Which flavours, rare cuts, real service.
on 4BC. Development potential in Central Redwood likes the plan today at Main House National.
Want to get out and slob and walk, can't really do it because of the rain. Another bit of aquaplaning then. I might drop it by 5k's. 30k's to chill. Why does it say Rockhampton 356 kilometres for? How can that be wrong? He said it was an hour away. Why are these signs saying hundreds of kilometres? I get it. Unless that's the long way around. Because this map says 80 kilometres and 57 minutes away. Cell town.
Hi, joins me, Deb. How are you?
I'm well, bless so. I'm better than those people expecting a big buster day on the markets because it didn't eventuate, I'm afraid.
What happened? The share market slumped.
Well, cooler conditions from the US meant that the ASX started